the agenda that we published, and then I will go to public comment. Public can come up and give their name. They'll have 5 minutes to speak. I'll ask the town clerk to time that, so you'll probably see that how you're doing up there on the screen, so you'll know. And then I'll have allow time for the staff to respond to public comment and any questions or answers that are going to be relevant for you to want to respond to. And then I will ask, give council time to ask any further questions after they've heard the public comment. And finally, I'll close the public hearing after that, and then bring it back to council for deliberation. So we'll have time to ask any final questions, but then I will ask, we put a motion on the table, and then we'll be able to have a couple rounds of comments to debate the motion before we decide on the motion for tonight. So before we start this process, and I'll remind everybody where we are so you don't have to memorize it, I would like to ask our town attorney, since we've got a lot of audience here and they might not be as familiar, if you could give us kind of a brief overview. We have an ordinance and a resolution of what we will be debating here today, and also what we're not debating here today.
Right. Yeah, it is one of the longer agenda titles, so I do think it bears a little bit of unpacking. But these items are what you would typically see when you're rezoning a parcel, any parcel in town, including the one just outside the window right here, which is what's on the agenda for this afternoon. So there are 5 different things here. 2 of them are in the ordinance, a couple are in the resolution, and then there's a tentative subdivision map as well. So I will unpack each of those and give a little description of what they do and what they don't do. So the zoning ordinance is required to allow the proposed uses for this project. Right now, this parcel has split zoning. Half of it is public facilities, half of it is parks and playfield. Residential and mixed-use commercial are not allowed under those 2 mixed zoning. So in order to allow future uses on the parcel that are being proposed for this project, it needs to be rezoned. The way that staff has proposed to do that is to create the new common zoning district with certain allowed uses, and those are laid out in the ordinance that's part of the agenda packet this afternoon. But the main takeaway here is that the current zoning doesn't allow those uses, and so it needs to be rezoned. In the same way that any other parcel in town, if it needed to be rezoned for some proposed use, they would come to town and apply for a rezoning of that parcel. It would go through the same process, and it would be an ordinance here in front of the council. The second thing is a general plan amendment. That's the land use element. The reason why that's required, the general plan is the guiding planning document of the town. They're supposed to be adopted around every 10 years. Some cities do them more regularly, some are longer. Yountville did this in 2020. That general plan is the guiding document for the entire town. But all zoning ordinances have to be consistent with the general plan. And that is something that staff is always thinking about when zoning ordinances come through. And the land use element analyzed the existing uses when that general plan was adopted. It's, of course, a school site and a playfield. So those sections of the land use element needed to be updated because now we're proposing residential and mixed use over there. So that's why a general plan amendment is required. A zoning map amendment is also included. The zoning map used to be on the wall over there in Town Hall. I'm sure there are copies around here. It's a visual depiction of the zoning throughout town. So it mirrors what the zoning code says by showing and color coding the different designations of the zones throughout town. And because staff is proposing a new zoning designation, the commons, we also need to update the map to now add commons so that that map is useful for staff and also for members of the public. There's a tentative subdivision map. This is currently one legal parcel at approximately 6.8 acres. There will be different uses being proposed, some of which is right here in front of me on the table. And so different parcels make sense for different uses and also for future planning purposes since there are different uses throughout there. So the subdivision map creates different parcels on which some of the buildings will be located. And then last but certainly not least is a CEQA determination. So whenever the town engages in a discretionary project under CEQA, we have to follow CEQA. That includes an initial study and then a determination of what the environmental impacts are, and then whether or not they can be mitigated to below a significant level, and if not, an EIR is prepared. In this case, a very detailed, very comprehensive EIR was created and adopted when the town council adopted the general plan in 2020. And that EIR remains in effect, and it analyzed certain uses, including residential and mixed use throughout the entire town. So it's a really good, very recent document to be used for this project as well. So CEQA allows what's called an addendum. So if you have an adopted EIR that has already analyzed a lot of the issues, there are standards in CEQA to use an addendum. In this case, because these things had already been analyzed, or most of them, we used an addendum and then went through that process. So that's the CEQA determination that you see. So this is the same process for other zoning code amendments. And the town went through this recently when you adopted your most recent housing element a few years back. That required a rezoning and, of course, amendment to one of your general plan elements, in that case, the housing element. And it authorized uses on this parcel, but it does not authorize construction. So in the same way that the town council can rezone parcels and authorize uses, and often does throughout town, construction is a separate process with a separate permitting. And like other zoning ordinances, these can be adopted and readopted or repealed or amended by the council in the future as well. I'll pause there. I'm happy to answer any questions on that high-level summary.
Are you going to quickly address what is or what is not really part of the ordinance and the resolution before we do that?
Yeah, the summary that I think the point that I would make is that it doesn't authorize construction. Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, pretty simple. Thanks.
But, and my question would just be if people
I don't think your microphone's on.
I assume when the mayor asks what's not covered, if people have comments in this hearing about the commons and the development in general, that would be appropriate for them to make those comments, correct? Assuming that they're civil and all the rest.
Oh, certainly, yes, of course. I'll leave the civility judgment up to you all. Yes, certainly those can be part of the discussion. That is why it's being rezoned, certainly, with the project that's been proposed and discussed, so yes.
And then I had one additional question. The mayor mentioned closing the hearing and then having council discussion. And this is a technical question, but the hearing isn't really closed until the council has a chance to discuss it, or am I incorrect about that?
Well, the question on the hearing is when are you receiving new evidence and when are you deliberating the evidence that you've received? So usually you have staff presentation, which we're doing now. There's going to be public comment. Public comment is, of course, a form of evidence. You'll have questions of staff and potentially the public too. And then once all of that evidence has been gathered, it's normal to close the public hearing and then deliberate. And I think that was the process the mayor was referring to.
So the hearing would be closed then? Okay, that's all I just wanted to understand. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, so Brad, I'll turn it over to you to introduce and talk about which order you've got some staff and other guests making presentations.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm just going to generally introduce Aaron Eacock, our Planning and Building Director. We have a group here that will make a presentation. I will point out that this is a very similar presentation to the ZDRB presentation that was December 9th. There was some comments received. As you saw, the staff report addressed some of those comments, so we will touch on that. But I think the slide deck is exactly the same. So if you've seen this before, we apologize, but we'll go through the same process and then follow, I guess, your direction in terms of whatever questions you would like us to address related to public comment. So with that, Aaron, please take over.
Okay. Thank you, Brad, and thank you, Mayor and Council. First, I'd like to introduce Amber Sharp. She's with PlaceWorks. They prepared the CEQA document. She'll be assisting me with the presentation this afternoon, and also we all know Brendan Kelly. He'll be helping with the presentation as well. So a little bit of background, it's in the staff report. There's a lot. I think really what this is doing is highlighting the extensive public engagement process that the town went through to get to this point. And specifically on March 4th, the town council adopting a resolution directing the town manager to proceed with further designs, plans, and entitlements. And so I think that's important to highlight. So again, why are we here? Gary touched on all these general plan amendments, the zoning code and zoning map amendments, the tentative subdivision map approval, and of course CEQA. I'd also like to note that on December 9th, 2025, as Brad just touched on, the ZDRB saw the same entitlements and unanimously recommended that the town council approve them moving forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brendan for a moment.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Brendan Kelly. I'm the head of the design team. We're going to go fast through this because there's a lot to get through. This design has not changed since the last time you saw it. So I'm going to move, and I'm happy to slow down, but in the interest of time and getting everybody to be able to speak and ask questions, I'm going to move quickly. The plan on the screen is the same as the model on the board. We've talked about the train metaphor. We are of course having finally arrived at CEQA Station today. Everybody, what this project is about. Nothing has changed in the last number of months. It transforms a former school site to a remarkable commons. The short version we keep using in our team is this is not a housing project with a park next to it. It's a new commons for the town of Yountville with housing inside of it. These are some of the early sketches that we did around the architecture, both mission, revival, sympathetic to this building, some of the more agricultural form-based pieces that are clapboard houses, and some of the barn-shaped pieces, some with stone, some not. A lot of the colors and the design pieces, this design is not finished. You can see the images on the left side. A lot of buildings and what the colors are actually going to be are really in the wind. This is a lot of just the entitlement package today about how big things are, how tall things are, how many maximum things are, and some of the stone finishes that we've shared. Here are some images. This is a shot from Hopper Creek, inspired by one of the popular shots from a project in North Carolina. Some of the stucco finishes that we've talked about, and some of the nighttime aspects. This is for the last 100 years, nobody lived here at night. That's going to change with this project. So what this is like at night is a transformative thing for the project, both for the residents and for the entire town of Yountville. This is the second level of the village center. There's a lot of small studios. Some would say micro studios. There's a lot of technology that we're using about moving beds and things like that. I don't need to repeat today about what's happening today. You're moving it from essentially an abandoned school site to something where valuable housing can be built. You can see one of the strategies behind this project is to repeat a modular type building, but move it around and move the roofs up and down so that it doesn't look like a big project. We got a lot of direction from the community very early on. They did not want big parking lots, and they did not want big buildings. We've tried to do that using some of the building bricks, which are studios, 1-bedrooms, and junior 2-bedrooms. And of course, these are the elements that we use to build up the housing design, which you're seeing in front of you tonight. We get a lot of questions. Why? These parcels look sort of crazy. And they are a little crazy. It's not a typical subdivision because this isn't being sold off to the market where you'd want to have a whole bunch of things that look exactly like the same thing. None of these are related to setbacks or anything else like that. We're trying to build as much flexibility into the town as landlord as possible. So every one of these parcels is designed to be built separately, have its own separate permits. They could be combined later, and it's much easier to combine parcel lines later than to separate them, as you probably are aware. There are phasing with this project that we'll talk about today. Of course, the first phase is a lot of the horizontal infrastructure. Maybe if there's enough funding to build one of the model units. Phase 2 is a lot of the village, the Creekside Village in the back. There's almost 80 units between studios and 1-bedrooms. And then, of course, Phase 3 is building out the Yount Street elevation with the Commons House, formerly known as the Guest House, which is now the Commons House. We included this description. Half of all of the real estate within a quarter mile of this site is dedicated to the automobile. And there was a great demand from the community outreach. You can see all the people that we spoke to during dinners and coffees and different town meetings that came to see us, and they all put different pins in where they live. So we've heard from all sides of Yountville. Nobody wanted to see roads coming through here, big parking lots. They wanted something valuable at the center, which of course meant parking and driveways, but you can actually see Yountville is covered with spaces for cars. And this was a tool that we used over and over again to say, because of the restrictions on the creek, this really isn't open on two sides. And there we are. Brad, how do we do?
Thank you, Brennan. So back to the entitlements. So the general plan amendments, and I think Gary touched on all of this. So amending the general plan land use element to include the new commons land use designation, and to amend policies related to height restrictions, specifically land use policy 2.5 and 2.6. And then, of course, an amendment to the general plan land use map to change the project site from public facilities and parks and playfields to that new common zoning district. And just to see the visual here of the land use map. So on the left, you see the map as it exists today, showing public facilities and parks and playfields. And then on the right, the new purple land use designation showing the commons. Similarly, the zoning code includes creation of the new common zoning district, specifically section 1746, that essentially creates the rules and regulations for the project site moving forward. It also includes zoning text additions and amendments to account for the new common zoning district, and of course, an amendment to the zoning map to include the new common zoning district, like we just saw with the general plan land use designation. And so there you can see the zoning map, very similar to the general plan map with the commons shown in purple there. And next, the tentative subdivision map. So the 2 existing parcels will be subdivided into 18 individual parcels. Parcel 1, which is most of the open space parking and those types of areas, is 132,125 square feet approximately, and the remaining 17 parcels range between just over 4,000 to just over 41,000 square feet, and you can see those 18 parcels there in the table on the right. And here's the subdivision map. The one on the right is the formal map that will move forward, and the one on the left is the one Brendan just showed that essentially highlights the parcel lines in red, so they're easier to see. Finally, CEQA, and pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15164, an addendum to the Yountville General Plan Update Environmental Impact Report that was originally certified on May 7th, 2019, was prepared for the project. And with that, I'll turn it over to Amber, who will go over CEQA.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. As Aaron mentioned, I am Amber Sharp from PlaceWorks, and we assisted the town with the preparation of the addendum to the General Plan EIR. So today I'll provide an overview of the purpose of CEQA. I'll also provide a background regarding the town's existing general plan EIR. I'll discuss the Yountville Commons EIR addendum. I'll talk about general plan EIR development assumptions and go over the environmental topics covered in the addendum. So the purpose of CEQA is to inform government decision makers and the public about the potential environmental effects of a proposed project and to avoid or mitigate environmental damage. EIRs and other CEQA documents are strictly disclosure documents that describe a project's potential environmental impacts and identify needed mitigation measures. One note is that CEQA documents do not provide recommendations for the approval or denial of a project. So the town prepared an EIR for the existing general plan. The EIR was certified in 2019, and also the general plan was adopted then. The general plan EIR is considered a program level EIR. So program level EIRs are appropriate when a project consists of a series of actions related to the issuance of rules, regulations, and other planning criteria. Program EIRs facilitate streamlining of subsequent project-level environmental review for future developments by allowing projects to tier from the program EIR. CEQA finds that tiering of EIRs encourages the construction of needed housing and other developments by allowing projects to streamline regulatory procedures and avoid duplicative analysis of environmental effects covered in the previous EIR. Given the conditions of the general plan area have remained largely unchanged, and since the preparation of the EIR and the project is within the scope of the adopted general plan, as we'll discuss later, it was determined that the preparation of an addendum to the general plan EIR was appropriate. So the Yountville Commons EIR addendum includes an analysis of environmental topics in the general plan EIR. As I'll discuss in the following slides, the addendum finds the project would not result in new significant impacts or a substantial increase in the severity of significant impacts identified in the general plan EIR. The addendum identifies project-specific measures that will be implemented to reduce the project's impact per town regulations and the general plan EIR requirements. So this table shows the general plan development assumptions and the remaining development potential after considering the projects that have already been approved. The last column shows you that development being proposed for the project, which includes 150 multifamily residential units, 8,000 square feet of civic and commercial space, 3,000 square feet of retail and food-oriented space, all of that, the project falls within the scope of development evaluated in the general plan EIR. So there were 18 environmental topics analyzed in the addendum as required by CEQA guidelines. An analysis was not required for topics such as agricultural resources or mineral resources, given that the site does not contain farmland or contain known mineral resources. So this table shows the key environmental topics discussed in the addendum. Project-specific measures, which comply with the town's general plan programs and policies and the municipal code, were identified for these topics. While no programs or policies were identified in the general plan EIR to reduce vehicle miles traveled, a transportation impact study was prepared to analyze VMT impacts. The study found that the project VMT would be below the applicable VMT thresholds of significance. As noted in the previous slide, with the implementation of general plan programs and policies and project-specific measures, the addendum found that the project would not result in any new significant impacts or increase the severity of impacts in the EIR. So the transportation impact study also looked at the project's effects on level of service, or LOS, at 3 nearby intersections. Now, level of service is not a CEQA impact, and therefore it wasn't addressed in the addendum. However, we acknowledge that it's important. It's an issue that's important to the community, and also it complies with the general plan policy that's listed there that requires level of service C at most intersections in the city, in the town. And so the level of service found that all study intersections would operate at level service A, which meets the town standards outlined in the general plan policy. And this also demonstrates consistency with the general plan. So now I'll pass the presentation back to Aaron.
Thank you, Amber. So back to the recommendation. It's fairly long, and like the mayor, I will not read it all either, but we have an ordinance before the council essentially making code amendments and a change to the zoning code map, and then a resolution that amends the general plan, adopts the EIR, and adopts the tentative subdivision map. And the next steps, essentially, I know that the mayor provided more detail on this, clarifying questions from the council, public comment, council discussion, and motion. That concludes our presentation, and we're all available and happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Brad.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of things. More specific to what Gary said, what you're not doing is authorizing construction. But I think talking about the path forward, because, you know, we have the train metaphor, we're talking about funding junction, et cetera, and I think I've been pretty clear, the team's been clear about if we get past today, what's next. We do think that February, and I think specifically the third Tuesday in February, which I think is the 17th, would be an opportunity for a study session where March 3rd, which would be the first Tuesday in March, would be a decision point if the council moves the entitlements, where we could come forward with a recommendation on funding, which is really the key to the question of construction. And in, I think it was November, but late last year, you had a financial advisor. We went through an RFP. There was a presentation made sort of on the funding side of the equation. So obviously that's not before you tonight, but I do think when you get into some of the value judgments of, you know, what is and isn't going to be built, we've been really clear that we don't see under any scenario that we can build it all in one funding or one phase. And I think at the ZDRB, one of the terms that was used was this pivot point term. And I think that was generally the pivot between phase 2 and phase 3. And so our goal would be to come forward to you in February and March with a plan, a funding plan to build phase 2. But as you see in the documents, there is a 2A and a 2B. And so, you know, again, one of our commitments has been to provide as many options, flexibility for council to decide what you want to build. Today, you're going to be talking about maximums. You're going to be talking about, obviously, everything you heard, which is very complicated. I feel confident that in February we can have answers to a lot of the questions people have been asking, which are great questions, but ultimately only resolved when we have a real good understanding of cost of construction and funding capacity. So that's before you in February and March. And I'm happy to try to answer questions related to that, but I clearly don't have all the answers.
You have at least one slide, I think you showed it earlier, just a really quick overview, especially for the public, about phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, just generally delineating where that is on that.
Yeah, Brendan went through it in his portion of the,
right.
of the presentation. There it is right there. You just passed it.
Yeah.
So this phase 1 is the horizontal, which is the grading and site work. So the next one is phase 2. So that looks at what we call Creekside Village, which are all the buildings in the back. And then phase 3 is the yellow shaded area, which is the work along Yount Street. But we don't really delineate. Go back to 2. I don't think we delineate between 2A and 2B, other than you see green buildings, yellow buildings. This will all depend, again, once we have a better sense of the cost and the funding capacity. I will also note that we do show the pool. The pool was a discussion through the Park and Rec Advisory Commission as well as the council. It could be in any phase, 2 or 3, truthfully. It doesn't make a difference in terms of the housing component. And I have said publicly, and I do believe that, you know, this is, as we talked about, a park with workforce housing, but this is a workforce housing project. And I do think with Measure S and other funding sources, we're definitely trying to create as much workforce housing as the community is comfortable with, you know, in terms of the priority. The amenities, all the stuff that come with that are critical, but I think the pool doesn't have to be, again, on either side of the pivot point. Those are options that you can decide once we have better information on cost and funding. Thank you.
All right, so now I'm going to, before we open the public comment, we're going to ask the council if they have any questions of the staff report or anything for our attorney, just to let the public know. We've had, all the council, I'm sure, has been locked down at home with reading many, many documents. As you can see, we've got over 20 attachments here, and many of them were quite long and lengthy. So, but we've also been able to meet with town staff and ask questions since all this was published as well. So, but so it is complicated. There's a lot of stuff here that we're going to be asked to deliberate on today. So who would like to go first? You can hit your buttons. And Councilmember Tripp.
I just have a question. I do have some questions, but I want to hear from the public. Will I be able to ask questions subsequently when the public is finished speaking?
That's when we're going to let the town staff address any general questions or
Okay, so there'll be
comments.
another opportunity for me to ask
And
questions.
then it will come back to
Okay.
the council to ask or make statements that they would
So I
like.
think I'll hold my questions then.
And then we'll
Okay.
close the public hearing.
Okay.
And then that's when we'll put a motion on the table and deliberate. Does that help?
So there will be an opportunity if I don't ask them now to ask again.
A couple
Okay,
opportunities.
thank you. That's all I wanted to ask.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you've gone over it, but what I'm seeking really some explanation for the council and for the public again is it's just kind of a very open kind of question about the difference as a builder, the town's a builder, the difference between the approval of a tentative map and eventually then the final map. And so it's kind of what I would just like for us to get a sense of is that, and it's what I basically have understood, is that when we approve a tentative map, you could say it's not to exceed, but it really is, it seems to me, I just want clarification on that. Are we talking about, by approving this tentative map, about what is possible, not what will be built, but what's possible in terms of even the additional information we'll continue to receive after this day, which is from Bay Area Economics about the market for different types of housing, or and also building costs, which is a big part. So just a little bit more about that difference between what we're doing today versus what would be down the road, and what many people may see as more of a final decision.
Yeah, so I'll take that one. The tentative subdivision map that's in front of you at this public hearing only divides the parcel into additional legal parcels. That's the only effect of that. There's a Subdivision Map Act, that's a state law. It has this two-step process, and developers that come in and divide property here either ask for a subdivision map or a parcel map, and those are slightly different processes. Typically, a tentative map is approved. It has conditions in it. Once those conditions are met, you have a 2-year period to do it. It comes back to the town council, and you all will approve a final map. But that process is really just about the subdivision of land. So that, if that answers your question on the map question. You are, of course, the town is the owner of that parcel, and so you can divide it into legal parcels and also combine them and move lot lines, sometimes administratively and sometimes here at the town council, depending on what's being done. But it does not approve the project or allow construction. It's just about dividing into new parcels.
Can I just ask a follow-up question to that? So let's assume that we approve the subdivision of all the parcels. Can you explain then to the council and the public as well, what happens after that? Does it go to the county recorder? Does LAFCO, and who is LAFCO? Do they have any decisions? What's the downstream of that
Yeah,
for
so-
it to be all official?
Well, once the final map is approved, then it goes and becomes recorded, and those become legal parcels at that point. So at this point, it's a tentative map with conditions. Those conditions need to be met. It needs to come back. You all approve a final map. LAFCO's not involved in the subdivision process. This is a town process until it becomes final and goes over to the county. And then the new legal parcels are created. There might be additional steps there that would be a question for your Public Works Director who handles these sorts of maps quite regularly. But that's a high-level summary.
And one more time, the final map occurs. When will that probably come back to us?
I'm not sure we have the exact timing yet.
Okay.
Because the tentative map will be in effect for a period of time, 2 years unless it's extended. Who completes the requirements of that tentative map and then comes and presents a final map to you all, could be staff, could be a future design build entity that you all hire to complete the project, for example. But that process will be completed, and there will be a future agenda item for you to approve a final map.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So from that tentative map approval is the next step. I know simultaneously we'll be looking at funding, but it's been expressed that generally phase one of the project is something that we could consider paying with cash on hand. The map that went by for phase one went by really quick, and I do believe that includes more than simply grading. But for the sake of clarity, can we talk about what's included in phase one, and from the approval of the subdivision map, how long before we start grading and getting tractors and fencing on the site and ripping up parking lot, just so the public has an idea of the process?
Yeah, I'll take the timing question. I will pass off some of the timing question either to the town manager or to the planning director. The map process and the construction can run concurrently because you will have a tentative map that's in effect until it is finalized or expires, and then the construction can happen concurrently while you have the tentative map. So these two things will be in place and occur, the exact timing of which, though, I might defer over to the town manager or to someone else who might have a better idea of timing.
Sure. I will say that, phase one, you do see one building there, but that again doesn't have to be in phase one. We were talking about the idea of a prototype being constructed. Mm-hmm. This all kind of boils down to the design build entity. And I would say the final map will be brought forth through the design build entity because they're required to have an engineer. And as you know, if we make a decision to hire a design build entity, the contractor and the designer and those are required to finish the permits, are the architect of record, et cetera. And they will likely move things around a little bit. I think that a tentative map is simply what it is. It's tentative until it's final. So there's abilities to shift things that finalize things like utility plans, which kind of becomes a really kind of core question. And part of the reason when you see the parcel map, you see, if you want to flip to that, Aaron, you see certain parcels that actually have like two buildings on it. I think it was, right there. So like in the center in the oval, you see like what we call the village center and the building above it. Those are on one parcel. The reason for that is a utility. Like we didn't want to have a transformer right in the middle of the oval in the public area. So there are rules related to utilities that will, again, only be finalized by the DBEs, the design build entities. And so this will all unfold. These are answers. I will have I'll have answers to these questions in February and March. But at this stage, you can look at this as a parcel map specific to the vision, but it will likely change a little bit related to the design build process, if that helps.
That does. And so phase one is possibly a building, the dog park, I think improvements to the food hub area.
Yeah, I think what I've also said, which is, just common sense, is, there is economies to grading the whole site, but we're not going to grade anything that we're not going to construct so that we don't just have pads sitting out there forever. So I think the reality of what we can afford on construction will drive some of the grading plan, because we're not going to take out the front parking lot. Like I've said, we're not going to build phase three, so we're not going to grade that parking lot. We're going to keep the parking lot in the front until we have the funding to do Phase 3. So Phase 2 becomes really a question of how much funding you have, and then the grading plan will correlate to that. So those are things, again, that will be sort of nuanced depending on the funding, and we will work through that together. But in all scenarios, the public areas, which is the dog park, the oval, the meadow, the area that's kind of, we call the food hub around what's the current, that will all be part of Phase 1. I think it has to be part of Phase 1 and 2, I should say, because, that south parking lot, all of that work that needs to be done, the demolition of the building behind me, there's certain things that have to be done in order to pave the way for the vision to be realized. And we're not going to just build a couple of housing things and save the park till later. The park is integral to the design. So we've talked about these things, and I do think that's where you get into 2A, 2B conversations. But again, until we have a better sense of cost and funding, we're not prepared to sort of talk specifics.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Tripp, another question?
I do have another question, and I'll try to speak quickly because I do want to hear what the public has to say. But even though I've trained as a lawyer and served on the ZDRB and a planning commission, I've had a really hard time understanding at what points the town is taking actions that really approve this project as proposed. And I actually have not figured that out, even though I've asked Gary a number of times. But what I can deduce is that there are some specific decision points, and this is a very specific decision point, and you can correct me, because we're amending the general plan, and the zoning and the tentative maps and all that follow the general plan. In general, you can't change the zoning has to comply with the general plan. The next time that we will consider changes or modifications to what has been proposed, and a large amount of time, if you look at some of the site plans, you realize we spent a lot of time designing this exact thing. The next time would basically be a funding approval decision. Is that correct? Which would come in March. And both as a legal matter and a practical matter, I think the idea is that once this is approved, then we would wrestle through, based on what we could borrow, how many units we're going to build and what composition they will be. And then the final is to let the construction contract.
Yeah, and I'll answer, I think, the first question first, which is, at what point are you actually approving this project to proceed and be constructed? And that would be the approval of the contract with the design-build entity.
And that would be, they would have made a proposal and a bid, so.
Correct. And that'll
at
be
that point, you're looking at a construction contract with dollars, and then we might be able to start talking about what unit configurations we want.
Well, yeah, I'll unpack that a little. So the agreement itself will have a scope of work, and there will be plans accompanying that, just like any other.
No, I get that, Gary, but at that point, we wouldn't really be discussing the number of units or the type of units.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think when you are approving that contract, you have the right to change it and approve it differently. The way that this zoning works, similar to zoning on any of the other parcels in town, there's a maximum density, there's a maximum height. When folks come in and apply, they are not putting in the maximum density or the maximum height often. Sometimes they are, but often not. Similarly, so you're creating a ceiling here, and you are going to approve a contract to perform work within those boundaries. And that contract will come back on an agenda at a council meeting and is subject to your approval, a majority of the council.
Based on what we have approved, the general plan amendments and the zoning amendments today and the CEQA documentation.
Yes.
So this is all the foundation for the construction contract. Okay.
That's right, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. So one question to talk about the perspective now where we're at, and then another question afterwards about future information we'll gather. So we're in a process now where we're approving a tentative map and general plan and documents to approve a change on a property that was for 50 years has been a school and an open space. This process wouldn't be different if, and there was conversations before the town bought this, is if this property was sold, if Napa Valley Unified had sold this property to a developer, they would eventually have been back here with a project requiring general plan amendment changes, tentative maps, with something that would potentially look completely different. So, but we would have been here rezoning this property for residential development, because I don't know of any developer that would have, if Napa Valley Unified School District had sold the property, they would have bought it to leave it open space for in perpetuity. So we're doing now, through our open process of planning, what any other developer would have done, or asked us to do, basically, in the possible.
Yes, I agree with that. Given the current public facilities and parks and playfield zoning, there would need to be essentially the same things that are on the agenda this afternoon for anyone to develop the parcel. Yes.
Whether it was all residential, basically, over the whole parcel, we would have been doing the same kind of changes to the general plan and zoning maps, because it was a zoning that doesn't allow any future development that would be residential.
Correct.
Okay. So
And I want to just add, because most people that have been paying attention for a while saw the two proposals that the school district presented as are related to housing, which were the highest and best use examples used in the appraisal of the site, which, created kind of a little bit of the friction that obviously made us want to control the site, because I do think you saw those maxed out as single-family lots. There was a multifamily and a single-family or site plan that was used in the appraising process, and I do think the issue of developers coming in and impose that on the town because of state laws that allow them to do that if they meet certain affordability levels becomes a real sort of balancing act that which I do think motivated us to move forward to of course acquire the school, but also to work through a process that got us to here today. So we didn't put those two site plans, but I think for those that have been watching the past ones, those are in the public record, and you can see what the school district had proposed in terms of highest and best value for this site.
thank you. Mayor, one other quick question.
Sure.
I don't know if they're quick. My questions are never that quick. Maybe just a little bit more discussion about what we still have to learn, and that will eventually get us to a decision about a phase 1 or a phase 2 or a phase 1 and a phase 2A and a 2B, is that we've had a very creative and been fortunate to have a very creative architect team that has created this possible project, which means with buildings that could be built with studios or all one bedroom or two bedroom. I mean, the buildings are flexible to a lot of different options in terms of living, the number of people that live on the property. But my question is, after today, we still are expecting to hear from an economics company, Bay Area Economics, that talks to us about what the market and what's out in the market, what people want, what people are interested in living in, and what's available. And then we have all this process of getting estimates from builders to tell us the cost of building. So could you just explain a little bit more? I mean, with that Bay Area economic information, with building cost information, with a project divvied up into 18 parcels, so we could build, depending on funding, could build it at a slower pace. What are we? Is this information giving us? What's it giving us and allowing the public to hear and be involved with in the near future?
Well, again, I think you're kind of previewing February 17th in terms of Bay Area economics, where there will be a pro forma that'll have market data that shows, I guess, demand related to the unit mix, which I think is one of the questions of how many studios, how many one bedrooms, how many junior twos. So that will be before you February 17th. I think you're, again, laying the groundwork. You're creating the ceiling today that allows you to, have a conversation on February 17th and then March 3rd and beyond that allows you to decide, on very specific things. But there needs to be a foundation built for that. Otherwise, you end up with, I guess a vision that's just not constructible, or at least it's not specific enough to do the analysis needed to make a
We have
decision.
a possible plan, but now with that information, we can look to see what the market demands. So, but with the building costs that we'll get from a builder, that certainly will have an influence on how the project eventually is approved, because we'll be looking at financing and how soon we can build. I mean, does that information provide the town and the community more time to really digest the impact of the project before the council takes any action?
Yes, and I think what's important to remember also for those that haven't been part of every step of the process is that over a year ago we established a design-build policy. We issued an RFQ, which we've already gone through. We had 9 design-build entities, contractors and architects submit. We actually had the benefit of having the chairs of our commissions, including Mr. Tencher, who spoke about that earlier, shortlist down to 4. And we are in the process of collecting what they call best value bids, which in essence, so we will have numbers from contractors on February 17th that we will be able to use. It's not going to be engineers' estimates. These will be actual estimates from people that would construct it. That will inform us more than anything of what it's going to cost, and then we can make a value judgment in March and April, and if we choose to move forward, then we enter into the contract with the design-build entity. And if that all worked, we could be in the dirt this year. And that becomes a timing question in terms of, grading and things that you want to do during certain times of the season. But that's been, our hope. But those sorts of questions can't be answered today. That's why I keep saying, we will have best value numbers. We won't be presenting on March 3rd like a contract for your approval with design-build entity, but we're going to be asking for direction to come back. And if we can move through that process quickly, then we could take advantage of what is a window, not only sort of from a seasonality standpoint, but I do think we'll see when the numbers come out. We're hearing that from a construction market standpoint, we're in a window too, because there's not a lot of, especially housing being built right now. So the subs, the general contractors are more hungry than they would be if there was a lot of housing being built for different market reasons. So I think those are all factors that will go into the pro forma. There will be data. All of that stuff is before you, and you're building a foundation and a ceiling today.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, so now I'm going to, we've gone through the hearing the staff reports and the council getting questions of those staff reports and additional questions. And so I think now is time to, one thing we haven't done, I just wanted to make sure before we open the public hearing, if the council has any disclosures or conflicts of interest they would like to make, because this is a public hearing. Nope, seeing none, okay. So now I'm going to open the public hearing, and we have heard from the planning director and the staff. So, and we've gone through all the council questions. So let's start out by asking the public with what they've heard so far from the staff reports and the council, if they would like to come up and make any comments. Each, as I mentioned earlier, you can spend up to 5 minutes. Just when you come to the microphone, set it up so people out in TV land can hear you, and state your name and ask your question. I'm going to wait until every public has had an opportunity to come up and speak, and then we will be taking notes about what your questions or general comments are, and then staff will be addressing that. So I'll officially open the public hearing, and who would like to come up first? You can take a deep breath and come on up and state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Violet Hover, and I will definitely not take the 5 minutes, but I do want to say, for those of you who know me and for those who don't, I was born in Napa at the Victory Hospital 85 years ago, and I have seen Yountville in many forms, even long before we had the bypass, and I remembered, and I do want to say right now, even though I'm going to ask a few questions, I am very excited about this project. I have lived in other countries and other states, and I have never, ever seen a project that I think has more potential to make an entity like the town of Yountville look fantastic. The next thing I want to do is thank Liz Moffett. I learned a few things the other night. There were some of us that gathered at her home, and what I'm saying tonight is based on what I learned, and thank you, Liz. I was a sociologist for many years. I'm basically just a volunteer or an old fogey now. But I want to put people into this, and I was wondering if there's enough time, Brad and council, to maybe make a little commission of some of the people, maybe who are here, who aren't, and I am not volunteering myself, to be on a little committee to look a little bit at who the people are who will be using our workforce housing. One of the problems we have here in Yountville is not self-contained. We are really, and I'm going to use the word exurb, E-X-U-R-B, and I'm E-X-U-R-B, and I may be using it incorrectly. You can stop me or tell me how stupid I am or however you want to do it. That's fine. But since we're not self-contained, the one concern I have about this project is not that we should do affordable housing. Yes, 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 yes. But I want to know who is going to be using these studios and stuff, and then I want to know how we recruit them. And I also, and not tonight, of course, and I also would like to know how many people can sleep in a studio apartment? And what do we mean by workforce housing? Is it Yountville? Is it around? Is it the Vineyards? I would also like to know about the transportation. Since we are an exurb and not self-contained, people are going to have to get to Napa. I'm sorry, but they are going to have to shop. They are going to have to go to doctors and dentists, and they are going to have to go to physical therapy. They are going to have to get the car repaired in Napa. It will not be done here. I know we have a gas station here. Some people may get gas somewhere else. I'm not sure. But the thing is, I really think that if you could get a citizens committee up and they could work like heck for the next month or so, get a few people on it, maybe 7, 8, 9 people, something like that, and just have them raise a bunch of questions, especially ones like we addressed at Liz's the other night. We were just talking. Because we're talking buildings, we're talking land, and we're never talking people. And I, honest to God, think we do need to start talking people. And I think the way you're going to talk people is you've got to have people talk about people, and then they can maybe bring some of the ideas to you. It doesn't mean you have to take them. You can just say, go fly a kite. But the point is at least listen to them. Because part of the problem is I have not felt listened to. And I have a feeling some other people haven't either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Robin Chambers, and I'm proud to be a longtime resident of Yountville and the owner of the Pilates Reserve since 2014. I began working in Yountville in 2009, and I'm deeply invested in this community with every intention of remaining here for many, many years to come. I'm genuinely excited about this project and about future possibilities for the area that has become known as the Yountville Commons. My concern with the project as it currently stands is it centers on the lack of a long-term vision for our town. In this moment, we have a unique chance to strengthen our community through a housing and commerce project, an initiative that can nurture the next generation of residents and stimulate economic growth here in our town. Instead of moving forward so quickly with a project that hasn't undergone a thorough, independent, and publicly available financial and feasibility review, you should be asking yourselves if you're making the right choice for Yountville's future. Picture a development with affordable single-family homes or cottages, places for individuals, couples, small families just starting out, welcoming new citizens who can actively participate in our town's economy and community. Don't misunderstand. I fully believe affordable housing must be included, but as a part of a broader strategy that welcomes people from all socioeconomic backgrounds and by encouraging professionals who can afford moderate income housing to move to Yountville, we build a pipeline for future residents and secure the town's continued prosperity. Given the current and significant downturn in the Napa Valley economy and the current closure of a major hotel and spa in Yountville, since the project originated, I urge the council to pause, gather more information, gather community input, and secure independent review before voting this into the general plan and allocating the proposed $35 to $50 million, as well as all Measure S funds to this project. Much has changed since 2019. We all know it. We lived through it, and our town is different. The workforce landscape is different. The community is different, and it's continuing to change. As a transparent business plan, outlining cost feasibility is essential, and as no such plan has been shared, I earnestly ask the council, will you promptly direct staff to pause any further development, stop related spending, and prioritize creating and publishing a comprehensive plan so residents and you can make a more fully informed decision. As our elected representatives, you have a fiduciary responsibility and duty to practice due diligence and transparency in every decision affecting our town. I ask you, why is this important process being overlooked? Please look more closely before you leap so that you avoid and or mitigate any damage to our town resulting from your decisions today. There's no need to rush. This is a pivotal moment, and we have so much opportunity. And it's your obligation to ensure the project truly benefits Yountville today and for years to come. Why move forward until we know the cost and funding capacity? As stated earlier by our mayor, this is a complicated matter. To summarize, you're asking town residents to support this proposal without a third-party financial and feasibility review, without a thorough exploration and public discussion of broader options for the property, and without a comprehensive business plan. Without these, any claimed benefits remain unproven and uncertain. Please remember you were chosen by the citizens of Yountville, those sitting here and those living in their homes around town, to lead and make decisions in the town's best interests. You, the town council, are in charge. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sandy Fagan. I live here in Yountville. And many of my questions and concerns and whatnot, particularly about Measure S and so forth, will be answered in February. And I appreciate that. But I did want to plant a seed or a thought with you that I think might be worth at least mulling over at some point, if not now, perhaps another time, individually or as a group. We're hiring a design build group. We're going to have a contract. Eventually, we'll figure out how many units we need to make this a feasible project. When we do that, we've either decided what amount of money we can realistically borrow and encumber ourselves to. We will have all those pieces at some point before we actually break ground, hopefully. And what I would like to suggest to you that when we have had issues out there that have involved all of our folks, all of our community members, particularly obviously residents, and there was some contention there, and even going into this, we had a community referendum. We had a Measure T when we talked about cannabis lounge and dispensary. We had Measure S when we talked about workforce housing. We've asked the community to vote, if you will, and we are right now we're at midterm elections, and so by fall this might be very well settled, and we could put this before our folks as a measure on a ballot, perhaps. I know that there are certain entities, for example, school districts and whatnot, that need to have a public vote on bonding issues by encumbering the community. Last thing I want is for all of us to receive an assessment of $2,000 or $20,000 to cover a problem that we ran into with overcommitting. if we haven't had an opportunity early on as a totality. We have something like, I think it was 1,328 homes, actual homes, and so forth. We're going to add quite a number to those, and there's going to be a rippling effect throughout our entire community. So I would like you to reconsider, or if you've not, first consider, once we have the design build, we know exactly what we're going to build and how much money it's going to be feasible, as we heard here, and all that sort of thing, that we do consider perhaps putting this on the ballot, perhaps in the fall, and let the community actually read the specifics, because there's so much information out there and whatnot. Read the specifics and search the conscience as educated people about how much and how little we want to do, what we want in a minute. What are we building? We have a design. We have a dollar figure. Let us vote on it. Thank you.
Carrie Hayes. Imagine today is January 13, 2031, and it's a warm afternoon, and you are a resident of a studio of the Commons, sitting on your front porch with one of your children. Across the lawn, you watch a swimmer swimming laps in a beautiful 3-lane pool that was built with public funds, but you can't use it. Access is limited to those who can afford the $100 monthly membership and drop-in fees. Your income and employment qualified you to live in this of workforce housing, but it doesn't stretch far enough to pay the membership fees for the pool that you see every day. You wonder, did decision makers discuss the irony of constructing a publicly funded but private member-only pool directly adjacent to affordable and workforce housing and in full view of residents, many of whom can't afford to use it? You started to think about policy, governance, and fiduciary issues, not just personal ones. So you decided to do some research and learned the council approved approximately $1 million in public funds for a pool that was never intended to be municipal. In doing so, the council chose to invest public resources in a private membership-based recreation facility without guaranteeing broad public access, despite its location directly adjacent to affordable and workforce housing. And you understand and agree with reasons not to build a municipal pool: population decline in Yountville, economic uncertainties, historical data showing limited local use of the Vets Home pool, and the high cost and complexity of pool management and maintenance, as well as unlikely cost recovery. However, those same factors make the decision to fund a non-municipal exclusive pool more difficult to justify from a policy standpoint, and raises fundamental governance questions. How did this decision align with the Parks and Rec's stated mission of, and I quote, creating cost-effective opportunities for residents? How is it consistent with Commons planning documents, such as, and I quote, creating welcoming shared gathering spaces that foster warmth and community? The more you learned, instead of warmth, you are left with a chill. What policy and equity standards were applied before committing public funds? At the time the $1 million was allocated, there was no independently developed feasibility study presented for public review, and no contractually secured guarantees for broad or subsidized resident access to the pool. While public-private partnerships are certainly a reality, policy best practice requires clear guardrails before public dollars are committed. Without these standards, the town took a risk and established a precedent where public dollars subsidize private amenities rather than public goods. So as you're thinking about all this and you're sitting on your front porch, your child interrupts your thoughts and asks you, "Mom, how come we can't swim in that pool?" You sit in silence, unsure how to respond. And so over time, as you watch members enjoy this pool, you find yourself asking a much larger question. Is Yountville really the right place for me and my family? With that parable in mind, I ask you, the council, to remove the pool entirely from this project today, unless you adopt and apply a clear policy that public funds may not be allocated to recreational facilities unless the project demonstrably serves a broad cross-section of Yountville residents, the town retains ownership and governing authority over access, pricing, and use, there's equitable and affordable resident access, and it's secured before funding approval. An independently developed feasibility study is completed and publicly reviewed, and the investment is shown to be consistent with stated town values, published Parks and Rec's mission statements, and common documents. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carla Reif. I live at 11 Forester Lane. I'm here today to just bring up some small arguments opposed to the pool, because I was asked by a couple of council members on the side, one-on-one, nothing in violation of any law, what did I think of the pool? And I had to say I was on the fence. I really didn't know. So I've thought about it, and I'm against it. And here's why. The money. The swimming pool is a money-sucking hole full of water. We already have a lovely pool for this town up at the Veterans Home, which we've sunk hundreds of thousands of dollars into it, and it's just sitting there fallow. Former town officials couldn't reach any kind of agreement on the use of this pool or that facility, but that doesn't mean the current town management and council can't somehow revive that asset. 2, there's a lack of children. We no longer have a remarkable number of children at this time, lowering the desire and need for a community pool or a town pool. Lifeguards. Having used the veterans pool for many years, I know from experience how difficult it is to find lifeguards. That pool always had to close before Labor Day when we get our hot weather, because the college kids had to go back to school, and that was the source that they could find for some lifeguards, nobody else. Maintenance, upkeep, and heating, these are unending expenses and chores which will only get worse over time. Other pools, many if not most neighborhoods in Yountville already have their own swimming pools. To wit, Rancho de Napa, Bella Vista, Oak Circle, the Seventh-day Adventists, Yountville Crossroad condos, plus other neighborhood private pools, all of which are outdoors. Many are seldom used, especially in cold weather like we have now. And lastly, if the pool is limited to members of the Yountville Fit, the plan is not for the community, but rather for exclusive use. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. Ashley Tencher, Yountville resident. I'd like to comment on the list of questions, which were council members' questions answered by staff in writing, which is part of the agenda packet. I'm just going to reread the question for the benefit of the audience. How will parking be addressed for residents in the village houses on parcels 10 to 18, given potential car dependency for shopping trips to Napa? First, I commend staff on these really helpful responses. It was great. But one of the answer parts of this from staff is that additionally, a critical part of the local preference policy will prohibit tenants from parking personal cars anywhere in Yountville as part of their rental agreement, which I'll say I agree with. But parking is so important, it may really warrant thorough and advanced planning. I wonder which entity will enforce this. I wonder if dwelling units are part of phase 1, would enforcement begin then? In other words, when tenancy begins? I request that parking enforcement becomes part of any discussion of the number of parking places per unit as we move along. It's been notably absent. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Margene. I sent a lengthy letter to the council in November.
Can you give us your last name for the record?
Marciniak.
Thank you.
Live here in Yountville. Thank you. Listing many of my concerns and questions regarding this project, which I fully support. So I've already heard individually from 3 of the council members, thank you, who are very responsive. I got a lengthy response by email from Brandon, which I also appreciated. And I've been to some of the meetings that have been going on. So I'm putting all that aside. Right now, today, I want to represent a young professional in the workforce looking for housing, because that was me 40 years ago in 1985. I was single. I was living in a big city, working for a large medical center, a nurse in the operating room. I was rotating all 3 shifts. I was taking call, covering emergencies. I wanted out of the big city, but I loved working in the operating room. I chose Yountville because I was familiar with it. I used to come here with my mother and have lunch. So I knew its charm and its beauty. And it was 20 minutes away from 2 major hospitals. It's like I could live here and I could work at either one. One job didn't work out, I could work at the other place. Very important. So if this was today and I was presented with Yountville Commons as a possible living situation, I would not choose a studio apartment because it was too small for a long-term resident. I was planning on living here. I mean, I'm still living here. And it doesn't have the convenience of a washer-dryer. That's important to me. And likewise, I probably wouldn't choose Yountville Commons at all because I would need a designated parking space for my electric vehicle, because when you come and go in the middle of the night taking call for emergencies, you got to get in your car and go. And when you come back drowsy, tired, you need a safe place, a safe, secure place for my vehicle that I would need. Now, a huge plus for me would be a gym that was nearby that I could walk to, Yountville Fit, and I would gladly try to make room in my budget for the additional expense, if it was modest, to go to the pool, because I love swimming, I love aqua exercises. Now, fast forward today. I'm retired, and I'm looking to maintain a healthy, vital lifestyle. Exercise is a big part of that. I would really like to have the pool available to me as a member of Yountville Fit, even at an additional moderate cost. Aqua exercises are a really important form of exercise for seniors, the non-weight bearing, we all know that. So I ask you to vote yes for the pool, and I ask you to continue to carefully weigh out all these other complicated aspects that we're trying very hard to work through, because we want this to be an incredible success for all of us into the future. Thank you.
I'm Paul Marciniak, and I've lived in this town for 35 years, and currently are in those 35 years live in the house, and across the street from that house is a 6-unit living complex. 3 of those units are 2-bedroom, and 3 of them are 1-bedroom. Now, I've watched over the years how the particular tenants who have been there have who they are and just what has happened. The dynamics of it was 30 years ago, it was a lot of workforce housing all over the area, some with families with small children, which actually, some of them actually went through the school here. Now, currently, those 6 units, the 3 two-bedroom apartments are rented, and only one of the one-bedroom is rented. The time in between rentals is somewhat short for the two-bedroom units, which means there's a lower vacancy rate, and it's a longer period of time for the one-bedroom apartments, or units. They're not a thing. So that is a very interesting dynamics about the way the town is. If I went 1 block over to the park, there's a 12-unit apartment complex. All of those units are two-bedroom complexes. They seem to be, over the whole period of time that I've lived here, been extremely active. There's been some vacancies, but not for long periods of time. So I hope that these kind of information about what the dynamics are currently in the town will weigh in on how you manage what size units you want to build on here. A studio apartment may be great and easy to build, and a lot of it, and work for the workforce for the young, but will they be rented? How quickly? And it also adds another issue with the younger generation that I don't know if this town is prepared to deal with the third dynamics of guests in this town. We have a lot of seniors. Our average age is over 65, so we deal with that quite well. The Parks and Rec is very well dealing with all the activities that we need. We also are dealing very well with a lot of the children. They have these day camps that I see from the fitness center are extremely well attended. We have very good feedback from the parents who love that. But the one issue we haven't gone is, what about the parents? What are we trying to do to attract them? We've got the kids attracted because they come from all over the valley. There's not 100 or 50 kids going to these day camps from Yountville. They're from all over the valley. So they see the value of what we're doing. They like it. We need to make it so we could have it for them. And on a side note, the one issue I want to know is, what are we going to do with the Schmidt Hall when here? If we're scheduling events, we have to adequately deal with the parking situation for those added events. If not, it's just going to be for the commons, and I don't know. I don't have a clear direction on how we plan to use that facility, which I'm glad we have, but what are we going to do with it? So thank you very much.
It's rare that I address you with prepared remarks. Alan Tencher, Yountville. I appreciate the flexibility that has been built into this, not only in terms of the form-based architecture, which allows the unit mix to change and adapt to different situations, and also to the jigsaw puzzle that you're approving tonight in terms of the way the lot is being cut up, allows for partnerships, allows for different ways of being built. But one of the things that I've heard, and I know it's coming, but it makes this decision tonight a little bit harder, is that we haven't had the economics piece yet. We really don't. We all have the bias that who wouldn't want to live in Yountville. And I've shared with some of you that my young son, before he's now in college, wanted us to move to Napa because his life was in Napa. but we stayed here because we like it, and parents get the final say. So we overrode him, but we need to think about that as we contemplate who is going to live here. And I've said this before, I'm really surprised the town seems loath to actually do surveys, but we have an economics team on board. One of the things that concerned me is that the town has engaged BAE Urban Economics to advise on unit mix, market depth, and pricing. Their methodology draws on local employment data, wage distributions, and housing market conditions, which may address the underlying questions a formal survey would answer. There's 1,000 to 1,500 people that come here every day. That is a small sample, and we know all the employers. So I hope that they actually engage with the employers and get real numbers for us. The other thing, I've heard a lot about the cost side. I've heard a lot about the design side. I think that's all great. But you've heard me say this before. I'll say it again. The property manager is critical to the economic and quality of life success of this project. Now, in the answer to some of the questions, it says selection of a property manager will go through the town's normal procurement process at the appropriate time. I think that's insufficient. I really would like to see what was originally intended, and that's an RFQ type proposal where you get a group of chairs or vice chairs of some of the commissions and you actually do a thorough vetting, because I've been through different entities that are managed by potential property managers here in town, and honestly, they just don't meet the standards that our Parks and Rec department have spoiled us. So we need to have a full understanding of that, and also whether they're going to take 7% or 17% is critical to the economic viability of this. Okay, so I'm not going to. I have a word here. I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to use disappointment, but I'm going to use the word miss the mark. So if parking in Phase 3 includes the option for below-grade parking, if Phase 1 and 2 demonstrate that the combination of parking groves, shared vehicles, and lower ownership rates isn't meeting actual needs. If we have to build subterranean parking, we have missed the mark. If to fill our buildings with residents, they need to commute elsewhere to work and generate unnecessary traffic and emissions, will have missed the mark. And if we need to subsidize this project every year from the general fund or 100% of Measure T, then we will have missed the mark. But I fully support moving forward today with what's in front of you, but we have work to do before February so that we can answer these questions. Thank you.
I feel very comfortable speaking after Alan. Vince Courtney, Town of Yountville. Thank you, Chairman. I know that Violet left, but I thought some of the things that she said earlier resonated with me, and that is we all want to talk about the people, because that's what brought most of us here. That's what keeps us here. It's a lovely town, but it really is the people. So I do want to start by thanking staff for the countless hours, obviously leadership for the commitment, and going through this difficult process. I've been in these conversations in other places. It's not just happening here. It's happening everywhere. It's happening when it comes to defining what is affordable housing for who, and that's why I want to talk about only the things that I kind of think I know, and that's workforce. The opportunity, I appreciate the comments from the nurse. Christine is a nurse. Business in this town kind of makes things go in a lot of ways. I'm really, really happy with the enthusiasm and the lively nature that we're seeing in Noyo now with the new business opening. Some of these younger folks that really have been left out. from generation to generation, young workers have kind of thought they were going to do just a little bit better than the generation before them. Those days are over. These young men and women are struggling. And anything that this town can do to make their lives just a little bit easier for a short period of time, I think it's worth investing the time, effort, and energy in trying to make that happen. That's what I think workforce housing is for. But it's not just for the tasting rooms and the hotels and the concierges and the room cleaners. It's for the public safety workers, it's for town staff, it's for the nurses, it's for the people that are the medical professionals up at the veterans home. Those people have been squeezed mightily by just economic realities. So I don't think about this as just a town proposal. I think about this as a model for the entire state to witness and see, and then if we do get it right, Alan, to duplicate. If we can pull this off, like, we're going to do something that is so special that they're going to talk about it in other areas of California, because nobody has really figured this out. I will point you to this. Proposition D, about 10 years ago, we fought, kicked, screamed, clawed to get a workforce housing set aside where the San Francisco Giants built that project on the waterfront. It was a heavy lift because the affordable housing advocates, they're aggressive. They feel like you're taking something away from them. That's not a situation that we have here. I don't think it's nearly as difficult to advocate for workforce housing as it is in some of these other larger metropolitan areas. And I would just say this. On unit mix, Alan, you hit the nail on the head. Like the management company and then obviously BAE? They're going to have to give us strong guidance. When I was going to work, when I was growing up, my wife and I lived in a studio. It was about maybe 500 square feet in San Francisco. No parking, no washer and dryer, nothing. 4 jobs between us. 4 jobs. And we were happy because we lived in the city. And we had something that was affordable for us because we had 4 jobs. Eventually, we grew out of that. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for something that's kind of like a campus that's energized, but people that kind of grow out of it. That way, we don't clog up the pipeline, and we benefit that many more people with this great workforce housing idea. So I'm going to volunteer to support Violet's idea in any way that I can, and thanks for hearing me out.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Dowling. I live over on Vista Court. I'm excited about the project also. I think that it's important that we have housing for everyone in Yountville. And I work with a lot of folks who are younger than me. And that happens to be in Napa because I travel into Napa. It would be wonderful for people to have the option to live in Yountville, particularly if they worked here, right? But along with everybody else talking about parking, you have to have a car. You can't not have a car in the valley. So you're going to have a parking space for everybody who has a unit. You have to drive out of Yountville to do certain things. The other thing I was curious about, and it may have been answered in other places, is as that field all gets built upon, what is the runoff into the creek and then towards the vineyard runoff behind that? Is that going to be impacted? So that's kind of my areas that I had questions about. But the opportunity for people to have housing, I think, is a fabulous thing. Thank you.
Okay, haven't closed the public hearing, so you can give it a little more thought about whether you'd like to come up. All right. That's a no, so. All right. I am going to now bring it back to staff. I kind of took some notes, but I think we heard a lot of statements, but, there were some general kind of questions, some maybe process and some that maybe staff would like to address. So I'll just let Brad organize who's going to answer. You can maybe pick the question and pick a responder for us.
My preference, not to turn it back to you all, but would be to say, through the chair and obviously the rest of you, if there's questions you heard through the public, feel free to ask. Because most of what I heard was generally stuff that we were going to talk about, when we get to, I guess the construction discussion. And I don't want to keep saying the same thing. I don't have the answer for that yet. But if there's questions that you heard that you feel like we can answer that are relevant to the report or the action that's before you this evening, we're happy to answer them. So maybe if you want to do that through all of you or through you, Mara, it's up to you.
I'll just use my box that's people can kind of light up, and we can kind of go and pick out questions that maybe we should ask you to answer for us. That's a good idea. Councilmember Tripp.
I actually have some comments I'd like to make.
I think,
and I actually would like to have them as part of the evidentiary record, depending on what council says is appropriate.
We could certainly take comments now if you'd like to make those.
Is that appropriate, Gary?
Sure. At the council's pleasure, yeah.
I have written copies that I will just give to the other council members, and so that it could be part of the record. And I won't read them all, but and they do touch on a lot of what people have said. And I feel entitled to make some of these comments because I did spend my Christmas vacation, it seemed like, reading all this documentation. And I guess the way I think about this is asking questions. And my first question is, why are we assuming people in Yountville, the Yountville workforce, don't have families? Why are we making that assumption? And the short answer is I don't know. A majority of the units, it's kind of varied. It started out as 80%. Now it's down to maybe 50% are going to be studios between 300 square feet and 350 square feet. Your average hotel room is 300 square feet. Your average hotel room in Yountville is 375 square feet. Your average commercial studio, staff tells me, is like commercial being something you would rent, sort of like what Vince mentioned, is 475 square feet. We're going to be asking people to live in, and I calculated it, at least one building has studios of 310 square feet. And I think we all need to imagine what it would be like to reflect on how difficult it would be to live in essentially a hotel room home, to cook there, to store all of your goods, your clothes, your household supplies, your bicycles, and everything that a couple or a single people need to live. We've all been in hotel rooms. That would be really, really tough. And on top of that, we're not going to allow you to have a car. We're going to limit your visitors. And a number of the studio units will have no outdoor access. A lot of them will have a group access, kind of a porch, and then people on the bottom will have, I think, some access. So I think, as one resident put it to me, that actually sounds a little bit punitive. It sounds sort of like we're building dorm rooms or hotel rooms. And then go back to my question is, why are we assuming, I'm all for workforce housing, totally behind it. But I'm not sure why we assume the workforce doesn't have kids or spouses. And then I do want to go back to the general plan, which, again, I also read. I'm not looking for credit, but it was another lift. We have specific goals, as well as workforce housing, around encouraging housing for seniors. That's a policy in the general plan. I outlined the numbers of those policies in my thing. We also have policies that we should include senior housing as much as possible, and also housing that it's accessible for people who have physical limitations. And I would say there's a lot of seniors who work. There's a lot of people with physical limitations that work. And I'm not quite clear why we're making the assumption and addressing housing just for what seems to be a pretty particular group of people, which is people who are willing and able to live in a hotel-sized room that will be their home without a car and in a town that does not have a lot of access to any sort of facilities in terms of shopping, entertainment, all the like. And the idea that people will Uber, especially people in affordable housing, I've Ubered to get my car in downtown Napa. One way is $20 to $25. So that's not really practical. And also the idea, I'm all for bike transportation, but to ride your bike at the end of the day, however many miles it is down to Trader Joe's to get your groceries. I love the town market, but you have very limited selection of a lot of items and very expensive. So I really think we need to rethink that. And I'm not totally comfortable. I hear the idea that all this could be considered further down the line when we have financial information. My thought would be it might be better to decide what kind of housing we need and want as a community and then decide how we can finance it, as opposed to letting the financial aspects, how much we could borrow, how much we can rent these units for, determine what the community wants in terms of units. And then on parking, and this will get a little bit dense, but I really think people need to think about this very carefully. And the idea that we would, as a lawyer, I'll tell you, you could put in your rental agreement, don't park on the public streets. I'm not really sure you could put that in there, but let's say you could. Who is going to enforce that? I mean, we have trouble enforcing time parking now. You'd have to tag the car, know the license plate, know they're a renter. That is not going to fly. So I'm just going to go through the number of spaces very quickly because I've had a really hard time following this, so I think other people have too. So that we're looking at the entire space, the entire project now as one unit, and that will include Town Hall, and it will include Schmidt Hall, which many of you know there's a big parking U in front of Schmidt Hall. For example, during times where they have summer camps, that's almost full. But let's just say that right now, that parking is 50% full, and then we also are going to include in the total number of parking spaces, the existing parking spaces for the town staff. So we have those existing units, parking needs, they're going to move, but we know they're about 50% full now. So now we're going to add, so we'll have a total of 169 spaces, 70 new to cover all these uses. And the uses that will now be included are up to 150 units, Schmidt Hall, which is new, 8,000 new square feet of public and commercial buildings, so that's included, an enhanced Yountville fit, 3,000 square feet of food and related buildings. So we have a lot of new construction going in, including the houses, and we're going to put in 70 new parking spaces over what we can see now, and we can see the demand for parking now. I think that's going to be a parking nightmare, and I don't think people are going to be particularly happy with it. And I think, and it really goes to, because we are amending the general plan here to say this is a project that makes sense for Envision Yountville. We're not saying this is something that we think we might do and we could edge into over time. And I've gone into more detail, which I'm trying to spare people, in my written comments, which I would like to have made part of the record. And I have been saying a lot of this at many meetings over time. And even this past summer, it's true, we've had a lot of meetings, but even this past summer, I was under the impression we were talking about, I went back and looked at my emailed questions to Brad. I thought we were talking about 75 units this past summer. That was not very long ago. So a lot is morphing, and we are about to approve 150 units. And I just remind people that once those approvals are in, it is a ceiling, but town councils change, town managers change, a lot of things can change. We are saying that we will agree with this as a matter in the general plan, and we're going to change the zoning. And then my final point, apart from parking and why we think people who are workforce members don't have children or disabilities or aren't seniors, because as you may know, there will be no elevators in these buildings. The parking, if you look at carefully, is quite a distance from the units. So it's not going to be very convenient. And then the only thing I want to say about that is people have a choice where they want to live. We all think if we build it, they will come. Well, I think and there's a lot of reasons I think management here feels they're much smarter than the community college district, but I think it's worth at least thinking about. They had a 60% occupancy their first year. And yes, they have some things that are not as positive as Yountville has, but then they have some things that are way more positive than Yountville. You could walk to Rayleigh's next door, you could walk to McDonald's, lots of transportation, and they've had a lot of trouble renting those units. So I think that desirability of units is very important. And then my final thing that I'd like to say is, it is a beautiful thing. We have a chance to have something everybody in the world would admire, but I think a town of 3,000 people should think about what are we willing to pay for, and what do we want to saddle ourselves with over time in a time of clearly changing economy for the valley. I really think that we should think about that. So here we're doing all this planning of what is a beautiful project, and we have some examples of beautiful projects in Napa. The CIA down by Oxbow, beautiful project, never really got any traction. We can see what's happened at the community college. Just because we like it and think it's beautiful doesn't mean it's going to fly. And my final thing is, how many civic buildings do residents need in Yountville and want to pay for? The short answer is Yountville has a large amount of space for residents to enjoy. We actually have about 35,000 square feet now between the community center, which is about 25,000 square feet, 15,000 square feet. I took that out of the general plan. And now we have Schmidt Hall, which is 20,000 square feet. Buildings need to be maintained, paid for over time. So this is something that won't be generating income. This is something all of us are going to pay for. So do 3,000 people need 35,000 square feet of public space? I think that's really an important question. And so I would, again, like that to be given some serious consideration. And while I love a beautiful project, I, too, like some of the rest of you, hope to be here for the duration. And I do guess we won't be taxed specifically for this, but what will happen is we will be paying for the maintenance of all these facilities, as well as, to the extent that we don't cover the costs through rentals, through the commercial space, that will all come back to the town. So for such a small town, I think it's really worthy of consideration. And I do want to just emphasize that I have been sitting through all these meetings, but the details have really, when this was presented conceptually, even as late as this summer, I did not really understand how many parking spaces there were going to be. I did not really understand how small the studios were going to be, and I didn't even really find that out till I dug through the plan set and did a little division on some of the building sizes. So I do understand a lot of public process has gone on. I don't like to come in and be accused of late in the day, but I've been saying a lot of this all the way along the time, but also the real facts of how things are going to work in terms of parking, number of studios, units, have really come out over the last 6 months, I would say. And then my final comment is we did have a really robust process in the fall. I wasn't able to attend the meetings on parking and all these meetings. And then we had a workshop. The council, and it was great, people talked. The council didn't really have any discussion after that. Community input is great, but we're policymakers. There was no feedback. What was the input on parking? What did people think about all this? I never heard. So I would just say I admire the community outreach, but as we've gotten, the devil is in the details, and as we've gotten down to the details, the community input has not been filtered up, or right, at least I have not seen it. So those are my comments, and I actually would like to have that included in the record.
So, Councilmember Reeves, did you have, you want to go back to what questions you want staff to address in the public comment?
Yes. I think my question would be going back to the idea of BAE and what kind of information we can expect from them, and whether or not they are going to do a survey of our local workforce along with the statistical information that they are able to provide.
Yeah, BAE will be presenting what will be a pro forma, which most people know is sort of a feasibility analysis or economic study. Behind that will be market data. A year ago, we tried to do a survey through the Chamber of Commerce, which was not, we just didn't get generally good participation. So we've talked about focus groups as being a different approach that might provide better data as it relates to demographics. So I don't want to commit to a survey, but BAE is kind of looking at that as well as all the sort of, I guess, the metadata or the macro data that's available. They do this as part of their profession. So whatever is presented will be, professional. And I do think you have to understand the dynamics of Yountville, which, although it's small, and I think Alan was saying we have a small sample size, it's very transient too, in terms of the service worker industry. And I don't want, I've met, a lot of service workers since I've lived in town and had lots of conversations. I don't ever try to use anecdotal data of met this person, met that person. I do think town staff is an interesting question because obviously they work for us. We know a lot more about them, and I do think there are sort of examples of town staff people that would, move in here in a minute. So I think, obviously you're more apt or more, to me, as policymakers, more able to integrate anecdotal data, and you all have families and relationships in town. But BAE will produce a report that will be presented on February 17th, which will have professional data for your consideration.
Okay, I'll let you go around again.
Okay, so I just have one, if you could also clarify, I heard one statement. I just wanted to make sure that we don't, we give accurate information that there's been a closing of a major hotel in town. Can you address that for us, please?
There's just a season. I think they're probably referring to the Vintage House, which has been closed for seasonal renovations.
So no major hotels closed in Yountville?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Yes, Vice Mayor.
I really appreciate having everybody here taking their time and providing us with feedback. We have been saying along the way, like, where's the public? We need to hear more. So thank you very, very much. It gave us so much to think about, to reflect on, and to work with. One of the comments that I really like was how, and also in having our Parks and Rec interviews for new commission members today, we were able to reflect on how great it will be to have different ages here and more to kind of enhance vibrancy in the community. I think we all agree that that is a goal, and it will be definitely something that Parks and Rec and all of us together will work on to envelope new people into the fold. When Violet, and I'm sorry that she's not here, said, we want a commission maybe to interview these people, I want to just take a step back from that. I mean, of course, we want to be able to accept who moves in to see if they fit the mold. And we do want to be careful because the housing will be finite. We want good people that live here and contribute to Yountville. But I think there's a misconception that these apartments will be rented by people off the street and maybe they'll find work here. So, Brett, I was just curious with employers how you see, I mean, obviously this is down the line, but how are we going to build some of the units and then open them up for rent and solicit new tenants? Will it go through with the 700 people who work for Thomas Keller, for example? All of the people I see daily working at Hotel Yountville and all of our other properties. How do you envision that going?
Well, I think there's sort of three things at play. There's fair housing laws in terms of what you can and can't do in terms of attracting or selecting tenants. There's local preference policy, which we already have. We've been talking about, enhancing that or sort of, updating that, maybe is the right word, which gives, points or certain preferences to people that work in town, et cetera. And then finally, it is the lease terms. and I do think, the property management company, the operator that we agree to work with, we need to be in sync with. I 100% agree with that. And I do think we need to be clear about what benefits and restrictions, and you kind of get into CC&Rs and other things that can be enforced. The key to, this, to me is really engaged management, both from the ownership side and the property management side, and making sure that the rules that are established to meet the policy goals are enforced. And that can be done with on-site management. One of the benefits I keep, highlighting is, I think everyone knows my office is right there. All of our town hall being here is another unique attribute in terms of, having eyes on whatever we decide to build here. And I think those things are all important as we move down. But, you're asking me kind of like, how do you see it happening in terms of how do we attract tenants? You've also heard me say much of this really comes back to what rent levels we can establish within the feasibility study, because at the end of the day, we can all tell the stories of us getting out of college and trying to figure out where we're going to live, and on and on. Generally it's the rent you're looking at. You have a range that you can afford. You're always trying to stretch to get into a better place. But whether it's 4 jobs or on and on, like we could all tell our story, right, of like the first place we wanted to live, or if we were working at a restaurant or a bar or a hotel, like what those arrangements were, and they're all different, and I do think they're transient, so it's hard to really pinpoint that question, other than to say, like, we're really thinking about it, and we do know, and I think the numbers move around, but I think, we have 1,500 to 2,000 service workers in this town, particularly if you add the vets home to the equation, which is an important part of the town. There are a lot of people that work in this town that commute from all kinds of different places. So when we're talking about 80 units, which to me is sort of the 85 units, that's kind of the range for phase 2. If the rents are low, I think the demand will be there, and then we will be able to look at whatever the waiting list or whatever sort of real document versus a survey or some focus group that says this is what I would do, et cetera. I think we'll look at real data, and we will be in a position to modify the unit type or whatever, more parking, less parking. All of those things are somewhat fungible depending on what exactly the demand is based on, to me, what we end up building. So did that answer your question?
That did answer my question, and I want to highlight the fact that you worked with the number 85. So we've heard 75, we've heard 85, and then we've also heard 150. And I understand that the CEQA, the goal is to create a document that is an overarching ceiling. 150 is what we're allowed, but if that has people extremely concerned, maybe not just for this council, but for future councils in this petite little town, maybe we don't take the ceiling as max as we can and find that halfway number where the residents are more comfortable. I don't think any of us, want 150. I don't think the town is ready for that. But maybe do we need to go with that ceiling number if we're worried about it?
Was there a question?
Yeah.
I think that the 150 number was created as a maximum.
Right.
The 85 number, and it's also important to point out, until the council goes through what is the entitlements today, we have to be careful about talking about numbers. So there's assumptions you can make based on the conceptual drawings and the model before you. I will tell you, if you built every unit before us in the model and what you see in the plans as a studio, I think you end up at like 135 units. Is that right? So every single unit, no 1-bedrooms, no junior twos, you're at 135.
Yeah, we discussed that.
So the assumption that we made in terms of what we called sort of the target unit mix, which was just an arbitrary mix based on what you see before you, was 120. So that was the number based on phases 1, 2, and 3. When we look at phase 2, which is the Creekside Village, the current target unit mix based on those housing prototype buildings is 4 studios, 2 1-bedrooms, and 1 junior 2, 7 units per. So that's what gets you to the 85. But you haven't approved that yet.
Right.
Like, you've just sort of or I should say the design team and the project team have created those numbers so that we can, have this conversation. And the 150 really drives a lot of the entitlement stuff, including the CEQA document that gets into, all of the data that sort of comes. So we're over-analyzing traffic. We're over-analyzing, because I agree, we'll never
So it's used
fit
only for
150 units.
analyzing.
Yeah, we didn't want to come in with like 130 because you would really then be tight and sort of limit your flexibility underneath the ceiling.
Okay.
So I think that's where the 150 unit came. It's a round number. We know we won't ever get to that point, but it drives, what is in essence a lot of the analysis that helps you make these policy decisions.
So I just want to ask that people kind of share that perspective when we hear 150, 150, 150. That is to analyze what's possible in the area. Yesterday, I had the privilege of attending a lunch with Visit Napa Valley, and I got to meet the general managers for Up Valley Luxury Resorts, and in sharing more about this project and asking them where their workforce came from, there was only one property that had a more kind of a history that still has family members that live in Napa, but most of the properties are feeding from Middletown, they're feeding from Santa Rosa, and they're feeding from American Canyon, and of course Napa, and Vallejo, and Fairfield. So those are local properties that have a workforce, and they said, would it make a difference in their life if they, not that we're going to have Auberge or Meadowwoods employees living here, but what do you think it would mean for them to have housing nearby and they could walk to work? And they were just like, oh, are you kidding? And then recently the Bay Guardian ran a story that really caught my eye. I mean, we all have our stories of hardship during college and the rite of passage of living in our studio and then spending a lot of time in our car. But this story, and I'm just going to try to scan through the highlights. It starts with, in recent decades, the makers of adulthood the markers have shifted for American men in particular. They are less likely to have fled the nest, and they're called the trad son now. And numbers in the 1970s was only 8% of Americans aged 25 to 34 were living with their parents. But by 2023, that figure had jumped to 18%, with men likely to live at home, sharing cars, and not able to find suitable work to find a place to live. So let's see, but not everywhere in the U.S. has the same rates of adults living in their familial home. The living arrangement is least common in the Midwest, most common in the Northeast, but topping that list is Vallejo, where 33% of young adults live with their parents and they're having to make it work with little hope. So then they go in and they talk about, individual stories. But one was a union worker who dreams of becoming an electrician, but with no vehicle of his own. The requirements that he has to go to San Francisco is making it impossible for him to pursue work. One was a 28-year-old government employee who had reached his limit with his family. I mean, it goes on, but it says in the 1990s, this University of Missouri study conducted interviews with Americans in their late teens and 20s. He noticed a trend. Young adults in the U.S. were delaying traditional milestones of adulthood, including moving out from their parents. By 2001, the published Emerging Adulthood, The Winding Road, there's the book that's quoted that I'm happy to share with any of you, but putting forward to the case that 18 to 25-year-old belonged to a new historically unprecedented period in the life course. The whole decade of the 20s now is quite unstable in terms of employment. Emerging adults today are spending even longer in education, and they thought things would probably plateau in about the 30s, but the age is still going up. So I just was dumbfounded to read this because we all have our perspectives based on our growing up, but the economy has changed. Rents are crazy high, and the fact that baby boomers were able to get into a place and hold on to their money as long as they have, we're so very blessed and fortunate. But maybe those blinders have us thinking, well, everybody needs a car and everybody needs to party in Napa and everybody needs this. Maybe somebody just, I've said this before, needs a leg up. They need to be able to find employment and a meaningful life, and if they don't have a car, that's fine. So let's find a balance. That's all I'm going to say for now.
Okay, so I'm still going to try to take us back to see the council. Are we trying to answer any questions that you heard from the public that we would like the town staff to address? We heard a lot about parking, maybe. Can you address, I think I heard a couple questions about who's going to enforce illegal parking. Have we really worked out those details to really understand that fully, how that's all going to work out yet, and how's that going to come about?
No. I think that's the short answer, but the longer answer, I mean, the sheriff obviously enforces what is on-street parking. Off-street parking would have to be enforced by the property manager. But you can have lease terms, and again, I think back to being present on the site, knowing your tenants, having an on-site property manager that knows who lives there, and being able to, have a lease term that whatever those, whether it's parking or hanging your laundry over your balcony, or storing your whatever, all the stuff that comes into CC&Rs and what have you, like that's critical to have on-site management. That's because the risk is eviction, right? If you don't live by the rules, you're out of here, and it's such a valuable place to live. That's the ultimate answer to that question. But it's a lot of rules. It's not just the park where you seem to be talking about parking. I think in order for this to be a park that we all want to come to, there needs to be responsible tenants that are going to live by the rules that we establish. And that's going to be something that will be discussed once, we hopefully get to a place of construction, but also a place where we really have a partnership with a property management company that understands, again, our policy goals.
So, and another question maybe you could address too, the size of the studios. Now, it's my understanding, and maybe this is an Aaron question, we currently have quite a few very small studios that are in the hotels that are used for housing. Do you know the numbers? And they're like something like 40 at Hotel Yountville, and there's like maybe up to 4 at North Block. And because I know some people who live in all those. It's my understanding that those are similar, or sometimes even smaller size.
What I know is there's two things. I think there's rooms in North Block that are rented long-term, and I don't know the numbers of those. And then there are, I think it's 32 housing units south of Hotel Yountville that are part of an affordable housing apartment complex, which has many, I think more than half of those are employees of Remington, which is Hotel Yountville and Bardessono. Okay. So those are a little different examples.
Right. But maybe we can just get some more details on that later as we kind of flush things out, that, for anybody who thinks, that maybe this is not going to work at all, that, what we've already have in town that is working. Because I think there is some stuff that we already have data on. Any other questions that, Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Here we go. I guess I have questions, but I also want to just generally preface this by saying that this project and the design that we've looked at, and all the questions and comments that we've heard today are all questions that staff and our architects have heard. Through this whole process, we've heard these questions. Councilmember Tripp, we've all submitted questions. I submitted questions about parking issues and about management teams and about surveys, and staff answered all those. And all that information, and what I generally like about this project is that we are today approving a tentative map that is what is possible, with the opportunities and the conversations for surveys and economics and building costs, all to be to be received in the near future so we can really understand what's the best mix and all that. And people, I've seen comments where people are concerned that there should be less studios and more one bedroom. And when I went through this designs and the project and looked at it, I saw that there is a very good balance of studios and one bedroom plus to become two bedroom. But and so I've asked all those questions, and staff will answer those, and we will get a lot more information about what will work on this parcel. I want our uses that we have on the parcels to succeed. We want Schmidt Hall to succeed. We want Yountville Fit to succeed. And so all that, those, talking about that and how the third phase and the common house on Yount, whether that can be built, the conversations we'll continue to have is how do we build a project here and also have the uses that are on the property succeed. And that's conversations we'll continue to have. I encourage everyone to go to the town website and to look at the documents that are there that were the tentative map that show and all the detail for this project. But for a bigger question to step back maybe is, as we've talked about tonight, is that as a community for 40 years we've tried to build affordable housing. And at best it came one house at a time with and here and there through town, and it was very frustrating to do anything for the workforce or for families. But over the years we have succeeded. When people talk about two bedrooms and families, right across the street on Fennell from this project is Arroyo Grande, which is all two-bedroom units with a lot of parking. 24 units that have two-bedroom units. So
there's some that are three over there.
So we have projects all through town that are and apartments that are meeting needs for larger homes. But what we're doing here is something that we think, and I think what we've heard for years is from workforce housing, there's a need for people, and this is just one place, where we try to meet a need. We're doing it all over town. There'll be opportunities in the future as projects develop and parcels. We recently read that the Catholic Church property has put up a lot of that property for sale, and there'll be a requirement for affordable housing. When we went through Envision Yountville, I was on the TAC committee for that, and I said, wow, we have 30 acres of vineyard in the town limits of town. Maybe we could designate some of those, few of those acres for housing. Well, that didn't go over well, but we're also finding a time where I don't expect that at some point the state is going to say, you live in a Napa Valley with an ag preserve, you can't leave 30 acres of land in ag within a town limits. And we may find pressure, so what I'm coming back to is that we're doing what we can on a parcel that if we let it be sold would have just a few numbers of affordable housing on it by the requirements of the state, but it would be mostly large homes, expensive homes like we see all over this community. So when I look at this project, I look at the possibilities with the tentative map as we gain more information, and that's what, and I want you to know that every council member here, and my concern is how will uses on this property succeed as we move this project forward. How we have a very active Parks and Rec program. We have 3 programs a year, spring, summer, and winter, where children use Schmidt Hall. And so we'll have concerns about parking for uses so that parents can pick up and drop off. But we also are creating all this open space, the oval and the great lawn and all that, that'll allow them to also benefit from this property, that this is a community property, so that will allow even the children that attend our camps to be able to use this property. So when I look at this project, I see possibilities, I see opportunities that with more information to come. And I appreciate all the comments that we've received. I have one question that I want to get to, and maybe it'll involve the town attorney, about when we're talking about the general plan amendment change. This is a specific question in under general plan and what we're approving.
Once I close the public hearing, we're going to go back to questions from council. This is a question from council, or are we trying to?
This is a question for council for staff.
Right, but what I want to finish up here is addressing any questions that the public raised.
Okay, then I'll wait a second. So I only finish my comments by saying I appreciate all the questions we received. They've been
also,
asked.
what we're going to do, once we close the public hearing, then we'll be able, because we've taken all of
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
all the
Thank you.
Questions and comments from the public. So if you could just hold that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Reeves, do you have questions you would like for the staff to address that you heard from the public?
Right. I think one of the major themes that we're hearing is, what about parking? So I know that I've had conversations with staff about parking, and I'm wondering when we will be able to talk about parking strategies, not necessarily parking spaces, but strategies that will help us absorb any cars that are happening on this property. With respect to our February 17th meeting, would that be an appropriate time to have that discussion?
Sure. I mean, I kind of feel like we're having it now to some degree, but I do think we can expound on it if there's specific questions. We have outlined certain strategies, car share, zip car, that kind of talk. There's other stuff that, and I think it gets challenging because it's a chicken and egg dilemma in terms of, but the other thing I would tell you, which I do think is obviously what's going on throughout the state of California as the Sacramento tries to take over land use policy at the local level, you can see those trends and you can see what they're doing, and what they're doing is saying stop using parking as a way to stop building housing, or else we'll come in and tell you that. And you see projects throughout the state, so we can give you case studies of like, where do you find the balance, because it's always the balance. And even when you get into establishing parking ratios, which we used to do a lot of, how many spaces per X square feet or per unit, et cetera. The state's taken that all away from from policymakers, because developers are coming in and saying this is too onerous. So it's not like a black and white conversation, I guess what I'm saying. But if you want to talk, I know we had a list at one point of strategies. We even talked about the B-bus getting right-sized. Obviously we have some transit in town. You talk about bikes. You talk about lots of things that I think are, that are not specific enough to deal with, I think, what is the core issue, which is what is the balance of parking spaces to land use.
Right, but I think an immediate question for a lot of people is, okay, if we have an event, or if there's a strategy to access parking off-site, like we have done for RH and the spaces that were committed to them on the North Park, the community park. Those are options to us as well, working with other partners to secure spaces, and those spaces might be for employees of the town hall, and that opens up more parking spaces within the project for cars. But I think ultimately the real conversation has to be about, everyone has been talking about, think about what the future looks like and what it will be like to live here in the future, which we can't predict, but we can see the trends moving forward, meaning that transit and ride share and ride rents and all of those things were things that weren't available before but are now very highly used. And the fact that if we're going to think about the future, we have to say that people of youth age right now, 20s to whatever, they use transportation differently than we did. So I think that discussion, whether you're having it at a meeting at someone's house or whether we're having it here, has to include that knowledge that things are changing and that we aren't planning a project for ourselves to live in. We're planning a project for workforce housing, not necessarily affordable housing, but workforce housing. And people who work in jobs these days don't stay 35 years. They might stay who knows how long, but that the opportunity, providing the opportunity for those people to live here for however long they can, or whether their family size changes or not, they make the decision how to live and in how much space they live. That's not our decision, but our provision of a place to live is within our means. So I feel like that parking question has to access some knowledge that things have changed and are changing still. So anyway, that was sort of a question and then an expose. I'm sorry.
Well, parking is an important issue, so I think it and again, we are talking about it. So I think two things I'll say. We are talking about shared parking arrangements. I mean, on the other side of the creek, the Adventist Church, is an opportunity. Obviously we don't have anything signed. Where you kind of get into the timing of some of these things. But shared parking, like we do with RH, but we have our park. There are arrangements that can be made. What was and you get into pricing in terms of, yield and demand, and, a parking space doesn't have to be free either for tenants, et cetera. So there's ways to monetize it. And then you can get into questions like subterranean parking in phase 3, if that becomes the issue, like let's figure out how to pay for that. But I will say, and I think the ZDRB, we kind of got a little bit on this on the ZDRB, and then the pivot point became this okay, well, after the phase 2 assumptions are built, if we were going to have 85 units, I think at that point we have roughly 180 parking spaces, something to that effect, because we haven't taken away the 32 that are on Yount Street. You're not going to have that squeeze that everyone's fearing, I think, until you make the decision on phase 3. And we're not going to present the decision on phase 3 in February. We're going to show you the costs. We're going to try to figure out how much we can build in phase 2. But you have this pivot point, which I do think gives you a bit of a release valve on the parking issue, just so you know that. And I think that, on top of parking strategies, is probably the most important thing.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Just one more quick question regarding parking. I mean, if we are having members or employees from the Veterans Home working here, I mean, perhaps have we considered having their parking up there? And, that would certainly solve some parking issues right there if they use that lot right before the museum and get shuttled down.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, I was going to sort of tongue-in-cheek say there's a lot of stuff we could ask the Calvet to do up on the Hill.
I know,
but I think no. I mean, we actually, and I think there is actually an arrangement. I don't know if it's a contract that with because the Napa Valley Museum controls the meadow, where events have been able to use that meadow for overflow parking. So this gets back to shared parking arrangements.
Yeah.
So again, there's a lot of things we can talk about.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I am now going to close the public hearing. Thank you, everybody, and bring this back to council for deliberation and a possible motion. So anybody who hasn't made statements, this would be an opportunity to make a statement.
Mayor, I have, thank you.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you very much, Mayor. There's one technical question that I wanted to ask the town attorney about. It has to do with the general plan changes in section 5.8 goals, policies, and programs was, we're making a slight change in language on LU 2.6, which was titled Consideration of Limited Three-Story Building Elements. Consideration was struck and then allowance was put there. I just wanted some clarification from staff why allowance was put in there, and most of the language in this was really talking about potential third-story building elements off of Washington Street and on the other side of Highway 29. I just wanted to ask if we could leave the existing language consideration, and if that would still meet the intent of the council that put this language in when they did the general plan change, and whether it also meets the opportunities we need for Yountville Commons.
You can revert to the prior language for the title of that and still have the same substantive provisions that are in there. That language was proposed to be changed because the first part of that paragraph talks about considering a third story in some very limited places, and elsewhere in your code, now in your zoning code, requires a public benefit and so forth before that can happen. There's a new section or a new sentence added to the end that authorizes it now here on the common site, given the potential height of the buildings. But if you were to change allowance back to consideration, I don't see that as an issue.
I would just suggest
that.
Yeah, I would just suggest that we revert back to consideration. It was a big focus of the conversation, I think, of council when they did this, and I would suggest we return to that language.
Yeah, specifically for the general plan. So just to remind everybody, when we did the general plan, there was discussion about 3 stories. We came down to, on the east side of Washington, if a developer wanted to come in, say they took out the parking lot across from Bouchon Bakery and built something that was going to be a civic use that we all really supported, we would consider allowing it to be 3 stories. And so that's why that language is that way. And so now we actually have a project which we do want to set the maximum height as part of our entitlement. So that's why it's that. But I think that language, that one word change either way, I will be fine with that too.
I just feel better leaving that word of consideration, because it reflects the purpose of the conversation of the council when you did and you were a part of that. And we have resolved the consideration of that parcel, but I'm speaking to the Yountville Commons, but I don't think we're at a point where we're saying we're allowing third stories on those commercial properties west of Washington Street and across Highway 29. I'd rather keep the language of consideration.
And so even after anything's final, we wouldn't have to go back and change that again once it was built a certain way.
Sorry, what was the question there?
So if we ended up building something that was considered 3 stories, similar to the Hopper Creek condos, but we use the word consideration versus allowance, would that, once it's built, is it still being considered? That's the question.
Well, so the general plan language is what gives you the authority to implement it into the zoning code. Okay. And so that general plan language uses the word consider, shall, may, things like this. So as long as the zoning code text is consistent with that, and I don't think this title difference between consideration and allowance is going to make the difference, then you can proceed.
Okay, great. Councilmember Reeves.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I really have understood and heard all of the comments today, and these will be food for thought and added to all the questions we already know about and have discussed and will continue to discuss, and especially on this February 17th meeting, we'll have more answers to clarify the questions. So I really appreciate everyone's input and applaud you for staying this long. But I feel like today we are considering a really finite decision, and that is for the zoning and the general plan and the EIR addendum, and then the creation of the parcels and the tentative map. And for those things, I feel like we have enough information to make that decision. And I think that because this project plan, this design, has built in so much flexibility, and they are a little bit like Legos. And a building on Yount Street doesn't necessarily have to be a commercial or a civic use. It could just as easily be a housing unit. And that we are creating the possibility of a ceiling that addresses all those buildings, and we're creating parcels that allow us to work in a sort of phased approach and even a micro-phased approach. I think these are the considerations that we are trying to address in this meeting and with these decisions. So I feel like the ceiling numbers are appropriate for our town. I feel like we must have in excess of 2,000 people who work in and around Yountville proper. So 150 as a ceiling seems pretty small. And we are not going to take care of everything we need in Yountville on this parcel, but it is addressing a missing component of what is available in town. We have a lot of senior housing. We have 2 mobile home parks over 55. We have quite a few affordable units already. We have lots of single families and a few apartments. But the addition that we're proposing here rounds that out. It doesn't finish it, but it rounds it out and makes us move forward in providing some kind of location for more people to enjoy Yountville. And one of the realities of our situation is that we are all dying every day, and we are older, and pretty soon we'll either have to move or go to the cemetery, whatever. But new people will move into those family homes as they can. But to generate a starter house and a place where people can save money for that eventuality, like they're going to be hanging on our fences. Are you ready yet? But there are a lot of people who knock on my door and say, would you like to sell? So those are the considerations that I'm using to try to make a decision here tonight about where we are in the process. I know and I feel the same incompleteness of detail, but those details have been coming to us in a steady stream, and I don't think that that tap is going to be turned off. It's going to start speeding up because we will have more answers and a lot more to evaluate. And we are not boxing ourselves in to approve these items that are here today, nor are we committing ourselves to be anything other than in process. So I feel like the flexibility and the planning that has taken, a lot of people say, oh, well, it was the wrong sequence of planning. But really, Yountville has never done anything like everybody else does. And it was a jump in and let's talk about the possibilities, as Eric has said. Let's talk about everything we could do to use this parcel. So it feels like we started in the correct place, trying to decide what feels right to the community. And this model is not a normal thing to happen in a planning process, but it fits Yountville because now we can all see. Not everybody can read a rendering or a plan set. So having it 3D and going through it every time is important. And that's the process that I feel good about. Not only that, but the amount of time spent interacting with community. And I think we've done a lot of that. We started out with this strategic planning that said this was our priority. We all agreed on that. We have moved forward in a logical and progressive way. I feel like we have addressed a lot of concerns, and we are going to continue to address those concerns. So I feel okay about making a decision here tonight based on what we know now for these questions.
All right, thank you. So I will just wrap up with the comments from the council since I haven't really spoken about that yet. So I just, again, I know our public is dwindling, but nonetheless, I really want to thank you all for coming out. It made me think about a lot of stuff, and yes, I couldn't agree more that we do have a lot of work still ahead of us, but having an engaged community is going to get us to where we really need to be. So I'm very excited. There was one public commenter who, was very enthusiastic, and I was like really thankful. I think he's gone now. I don't see Vince. About our workforce housing project. I just think that this is going to be such a unique, wonderful example to so many people. Workforce housing, to me, this is the missing middle. We, as some of the council members have already talked about, we have housing for seniors. We never have enough. We have affordable housing. We never have enough. But we, designing something for our workforce is so critical, because by enabling our workers to actually live here, we help our businesses. Our businesses help us. Without our businesses generating our TOT and our sales tax, this would not even be a vision or anything we could do. So to me, it's a whole circular economy that we are perpetuating here. And so because of that, we will make it work. It really will work. And so back to the people comments that people made. These people who will be living here, they probably all work here now. They really are already here. We probably don't know their names. They probably don't. They haven't come to council, but now they'll be able to actually not drive away and then have to drive back, but actually just probably be able to walk home and live here. And we will get to know them, but they're already here. These are the people that we're talking about. We just haven't put those names to the faces yet. And so, but this kind of also reminds me a bit of years ago, probably, more than 20 years ago, when we were talking about the community center. Boy, lots of similar comments came up. There was a lot of, do we have the money? Boy, I had that question too. How are we going to pay for this? How is this really going to work? And in today's dollars, it's probably, I don't know, $25 million. What in today's dollars? Because that was about $10 million, and then another $2 million when we lost a big lawsuit, $12 million. And if you multiply that times 2.25, it's at least $25 million. So, with this project, we're just, throwing out some numbers, but, some guessing, say it'll be twice that. We've got more hotels now. We've got a lot of stuff financially taken care of. Our streets, we've got the best pavement. I rave about that every place I go. We've got our pensions well managed and paid for, and our OPEB really done. We've taken care of so much stuff now we have a Deputy Director of Business Development. We are working on managing our businesses too, to really start optimizing, what we have to offer here. So I'm very optimistic about the future, and so I'm going to really think that we can do this, and we should be the town of yes. Let's give it a shot. I think we can do this, and yes, we've got a lot of work to do along the way, but I think we can really, make it work. Because look at the community center challenges and the money. We finally got that built, and now it's just like the greatest thing, and Samantha is just like, got angel wings on for the stuff that she does. And we don't even talk about all those things that we did and we worried about then. So I think we can pull it off again, everybody. So I'm very, excited about the whole prospect of this. And, I think also we really have to be careful. We all know that, especially all of us up here, I'll just talk about us, we are seniors, and we have to be very careful designing a workforce housing project for young kids in our older mental states about, oh my gosh, they need this, they have to do that. Well, these kids are going to find a way. They're going to make it work, and we're going to help them whichever way we can. But, having some smaller units than we're used to living with, because, most of our places are just kind of filled up with stuff that we'd probably like to sell at the next garage sale, so they're not encumbered with all that. So I think that's really a hard thing to do, and that's why we need people like Brendan and other experts that, who read a lot and understand a lot of this stuff, how this younger generation is living now, and what they're really looking for, and be careful about what we think they need, because once we get them in here and really do some of these surveys, I think some of us really might be surprised how, I don't want a car, that's too expensive. It's just like, give me a discount on my nice little studio over here. I'll take that discount now because I don't have the money for a lot of this stuff. So anyway, I'm also, I understand that we have a lot of those really tough decisions. That's why we really had a hard time addressing a lot of these questions or public comment. They really weren't questions. I need to see this and I want to see that, and we have to work a lot of work ahead, and I agree with that. But I think to get to that point, we've got to make the decisions tonight to accept, the CEQA information we need to set our maximums and divide all these parcels, divide this one big parcel into 18 smaller parcels and take that next step. But so that's where I'm going to come down. So what I would like is for someone to make a motion, and then we can debate that motion, and then we'll call for a vote. So who would like to take that on? Councilmember Reeves, I bet.
I would like to introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance number 26-539, repealing and replacing section 17.8.010. Do I have to read this whole thing?
No.
Oh, good.
You can just say I move staff's recommendation.
Oh, great. Thank you. I move staff's recommendation.
And if you did want to include the comment, the change of word, I would include that in the motion
With
as well.
The change of the word from allow to consider.
Revert back, yeah. And I'll second that. And so now that we have a motion and a second just for our ordinance, I think, it's time to get some opinions from the council which way you want to go. Councilmember Tripp's going to start us off.
I think probably I've said pretty much everything I need to say. I respect all of my fellow council members' views, and this is the kind of thing that I think reasonable people can certainly differ on. And I really appreciate all of the public comments. I think engagement is really important. I look at the general plan, and I think there is language in our general plan that it's sort of like the Constitution. It is the vision. I'm personally don't have enough information to say that what we're seeing now, and it's actually quite detailed, this is not a general proposal, fits with Yountville from my personal viewpoint and also what I've heard from the rest of the community. And I would just, I do understand about all the questions. I just think it's worth reflecting on the fact that staff has told us we've been planning this for 2 years. Actually, it's more like we've only owned it 18 months. But regardless, here we are at this juncture, and the major questions, parking, unit size, diversity of units, costs, are still completely outstanding after 2 years. So I'm just not comfortable at this point, which I don't think will surprise anybody. But I do want to say I do respect different ways about going about this. And I will just continue to say I was reflecting what the mayor said about being aware of the future. And I do have a 38-year-old kid and now a 6-year-old granddaughter. But I don't think you'll convince me that anybody is going to be really happy living in a 300-square-foot studio over the long term, or other than just a 30-day rental. And I'll just also point out that studio plan, and it's really now the first phase is 60% studios. Somebody mentioned that it's at least 60%, and the final phase will bring it much closer to about 80% studios. The final phase being the building that will be in front of Schmidt Hall, taking up all the parking that's there right now. But anyway, I'm digressing. So that is the crux of, I don't feel I have enough information. I don't see this as the vision for Yountville as proposed. And I take the amendment to the general plan very seriously. But again, I totally respect other people's views and the willingness to go along more incrementally. I guess my experience in business and a lawyer, once things start to get fixed, it's really hard to change it. And I don't want to overstate this, but if you've seen the $2.5 million we spent on developing this plan, I really have a hard time thinking it's going to get materially changed. Could be wrong. Incremental decision making might be the right way to go. And I wish I hope it all works as the mayor is suggesting. I guess I can't get away from 15 to 20 years in large-scale organizational risk management, and I'm always thinking about the 10% of things that might not work. And I just feel I don't have enough information right now to make this level of a decision. But again, that is just my perspective.
Vice Mayor.
To focus on the task at hand and what we have on the floor, I think I have enough information to move forward to change the zoning ordinance and the general plan with the little tweaks that we have made to allow for the varied heights. So I am in support of the movement on the floor, and I'm going to vote yes.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. I would just say that I support this ordinance, and I don't really have much more to say. Councilmember Reeves, the mayor's comments, I think, talk about the opportunities we have for this parcel, and I just want to thank everyone that came today. Your questions are invaluable. They'll continue to be a part of the process. Through this whole process, it's caused me it's challenged me to look at my assumptions, and as we move forward, I think we all will do that. That we'll have to question our assumptions and our past experiences and the potential needs we need for the future. I think this project provides that opportunity as we move forward, and so I support the ordinance.
And just to address Councilmember Tripp's questions, I know this council's, at least 3 are fairly new, but, Eric and I, we certainly have been talking about this more than 2 years. We were on previous councils getting just the whole time. This school's been closed now, this is 2026 now, so it's been going on 6 years. And so we always knew that this big piece of property back here was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Yountville. And, maybe we didn't really scope it out or really understand that fully. There was little hints of the school closing when we did the general plan, so maybe we didn't really have it scoped out. But, this is going to change Yountville. But I think it's going to, the heart and soul of Yountville is now going to just be bigger and broader, encompassing this new project. It's not going to, so we're just going to have more of it. And, but it will change us. It'll change us for the better. We'll have a whole different group of people living here in a way that we can never envision before. And one thing we really haven't talked about that is also very critical is whether we think this is a good idea or not. The state thinks us building this is imperative. And if we do not build this and build a whole lot more, they will come in and take care of it for us. And we do not want that. We want to control this. So there is the whole aspect of us losing our ability to control our housing element. And that is in the general plan. And a lot of what we are envisioning here, that was spelled out in the housing element in the general plan. So I see that as a way that we did, envision this when we were doing that. But that we've got a real model here in front of us, so it's real. And I think it will be back here. So I'm just very excited. And a lot more to come. But with that, I'm going to call for the clerk to call for a roll call vote, please.
You would like a roll call vote this evening?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Reeves?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Councilmember Tripp?
No.
Vice Mayor McKee?
Yes.
Mayor Moeller?
Yes.
Okay, and that passes 4-1.
All right. Thank you very much. And we're going to take a break, everybody. So I know my council would probably like a quick break. We've still got some more work to do, but thanks for coming. And
we did them all. I wasn't sure. I thought we had
yeah, really.
Okay.
We've got to go through our assignments.
Yeah, if I can.
The ordinance is a legend.
Okay,
But,
yeah,
okay,
me
I
too.
thought
I'm
that we
standing
had-
up.
Okay, it's fine. That's great. Good, thank you. Yeah.
No.
We're going up into March for Cesar Chavez weekend
No, I'm fine. I lowered my chair because
Valley
then it puts
and,
pressure on my legs. Oh, yeah.
go up there and also, and then up to
I don't know
Lincoln,
why.
a little town just up the hill of the.
I know, I will.
Pick Vice Mayor and council agenda.
Yeah, Nevada City. We're staying in an Airbnb in Nevada City. What a beautiful community. So, and you lived in Grass Valley for a while?
We were looking at each other. We're like,
Oh,
we're going to
okay.
do that.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much.
All right.
So, I'm looking forward to it. I watched a little bit on YouTube, Nevada City and Grass Valley. And, yeah.
The other items,
Yeah. I've seen some videos. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
But the outside
Not unlike Napa County, too. Thank you.
That's a good idea.
Good.
Right.
People who might move in.
They're going to try to
Sure. I'm going to nail him too. I'm going to congratulations. What do you mean? Congratulations yourself.
actually heard a report on the news that was saying that basically so the news report was saying that it was if you had a new car, $1,200 to $1,500 a month. Yeah. So even if you have a used car, it's maybe $1,000.
I'm like you. It's like we've offered twice. Yeah, like I'll show you on a used car.
Something.
And you're like it's 50%. We drew plans for a transit going, from Bowling Field to the airport. And today it exists.
I know. That is so cool. I know.
It goes to Capitol Hill, it goes to we fly in Seattle about half a dozen times in Seattle. Because we do it so many times for charrettes and neighborhood things.
Right.
Because we would do it on weekends, as volunteers. We would talk to people and the way we built it, then our kids are
It's full circle.
Brandon, I have
Okay.
one comment for you. Brandon, just one thing that I've lots of work.
Is staff ready? I'm off. Okay, we're back. Brad, Gary, you guys ready? We're gonna wrap this up before we go brain dead. Or Pontius. I know, I'm like, okay, let's see, where am I? Okay. All right. We are back. Is my microphone on? Nope.
We're back to our normal audience here.
Yeah. Oh, now, all right. Our public is still here. Thank you. All right.
Well, thank you, Margine.
Oh,
Yeah.
too public. Okay. I'm going to go check in the back and see if. Is your mic on?
Yeah. Testing 1, 2. I think
Okay.
it's on.
Yeah, then I'm good. Okay, so we are now on, we've got a couple administrative items. The first one is consideration of an appointment of a council member to serve as vice mayor. Before we start on this, I really want to thank our current vice mayor for probably the next 5 minutes or less here for serving us this past year. Did a great job. And again, really want to thank Eric for putting this on the agenda a few years ago, rotating this. I think it's just really is a great thing. So with that, the normal rotation is for our last person who hasn't been able to serve, but who is on the dais with us, which is Councilmember Reeves. She is it's her turn to be the vice mayor. And what I think we need to do is, anybody have any discussion about the role of vice mayor in the town of Yountville?
Why did your husband leave?
Well, I would like the honor of asking for council to make a motion to approve Councilmember Reeves to become the next vice mayor of the town of Yountville.
And I would like the honor of seconding that.
All right, and with that, can all in favor say aye?
Aye.
You have to, did you say aye? You have to say aye. We don't want you
We're not
abstaining
asking
or
you
voting
your
no.
opinion.
Should she leave the room?
Is that a yes? Okay. So I will declare that was unanimous, that Councilmember Reeves will now be known as Vice Mayor Reeves of the town of Yountville. So congratulations. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Now for our annual January event. We will be going through and have a discussion and possible action regarding appointments of town council members to various boards and commissions, ad hoc standing committees, et cetera, et cetera. So in our packet, we have the document. I'm just going to kind of walk through it, and we're going to go through these items one by one. Let's see, town council. That's all correct as well. And this is always very helpful. I kind of pull this up a lot because sometimes I can't remember who all the other people are all on the other boards and commission and all their email addresses. So thank you for that. So ZDRB, that's a check, no change.
I don't think we all have that. I don't think it matters. But do you guys have this in here?
It's in, you have it electronically, yeah.
Okay. Second one, okay.
Attachment, yeah.
Yeah.
So many attachments.
If you want to
open,
pull
I'm
that
like,
up.
No, I'm good. Thank you. I will. Thank you.
I'll give you a minute to pull it all up.
I know. Trying to close everything. Perfect. Thank you.
And then we have the list of the Parks and Rec. It looks like we'll be, that could possibly be updating once we get everything put together from town clerk. Yountville Art Commission, no change there. Yountville Community Foundation, no change. Affordable Workforce Housing, we've got changes from that we approved in consent.
Correct, Mayor.
Okay, so you'll update that.
Those
So
are just
who is,
renominations.
No, we reappointed the incumbents, Mr. Robert Stout and Mr. Alan Nagelawa.
Oh, okay. That was on Measure S. Okay, those are, how come they're kind of separated from the other people? on there?
It depends on their type of representation.
A
I believe
resident
3
versus,
seats,
oh,
correct.
lodging, okay. And Robert is business. All right, got it. Yountville Tourism Business Improvement District. Currently, that is the vice mayor, so that you plan on staying in that role?
I would like to. Thank you. Please, I should say.
Okay with everybody else? All right. Napa County City Selection. It's one of my automatics. We only meet 3 times a year, and we already canceled our January meeting, so we're not very active. We just make a few appointments like LAFCO and a couple other ones. So flood control.
We'll change, there'll just be a change to, the vice mayor is always the alternate, so.
Correct.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Reeves,
Thanks for
or
catching that.
Vice Mayor
Yes.
Reeves.
Yeah. So, don't worry, that's, if you blink, you kind of miss the meeting on that one. Flood control, it says automatic on here, but I understand that it doesn't necessarily have to be automatic, because in the city of Calistoga, they made an appointment for the vice mayor to do that. So it's not, I haven't reread the bylaws, but it's acceptable and can be approved by flood control.
So could we change, could have staff look into that, and then we could change that then? So just for the record, for the chart, if it's not automatic,
Yeah,
that,
yeah. If you can just kind of confirm that, because I do know, yeah, the vice mayor in Calistoga comes for the mayor up there, whether that's a permanent appointment or she fills in just routinely as an alternate, I don't know. But yeah, if you could look into that, thank you, Eric, that'd be great.
I'm happy to stay the alternate, but you must attend pretty regularly, because I've never attended one of those meetings. So are you, in terms of as the alternate for you?
Well,
or-
I got them to change the time, because it used to be at 1:30, and so we start so many times earlier. They were willing to, and everybody kind of agreed, so they moved them to earlier in the morning, like 9 o'clock. So that way it's easy to attend.
Okay.
Because it was always a struggle to race back from Napa from flood control. And it's, a lot of it, we've just got a few more parcels, and it looks like once we get them all settled, and it looks like they are going towards settlement, then we've got all the easements we need, and we're just going to
I'm sorry, I've been to a few of these this year when you were missing. Yeah, we were voting on the along the river for legal actions and all that, right?
Yeah. They're primarily just closed sessions about negotiating for
Right.
the property rights. And
I'm happy to stay there as the alternate there for that. It's, for me, it's right down the
another
street from work.
opening, mosquito abatement. Is anybody,
Is that really an opening?
it really is an opening. And actually, mosquitoes are very, very interesting, I worked on
Fascinating new
Bacillus
species.
thuringiensis, and I know-
Historically, it has been filled by both a council member and a community member. It has been vacant due to the previous seated individual leaving the community, and it must be either a Yountville community member or it can be represented by a council member.
And it's still well-funded. If we all look on our property taxes, we're all still paying into mosquito abatement, and we don't have any bugs here at all, so they're getting rid of more than mosquitoes, if you ask me, so they're doing a good job. But, they do a lot of other stuff, too.
Well, I would be willing to be representative there on the mosquito abatement if no person comes forward in the community.
All right. Thank you for that. Okay, MVTA. So MVTA, this is kind of interesting. I'm, even though I am an automatic member, it says shall, they have developed a system at MVTA that if I have a alternate who wants to come in my place, that is okay. So, and that would be really great with me. Don't think I'm as well suited for transportation as maybe some other council members might be. Also, we're talking, nothing's been decided yet about, there could be a per diem for sitting on this board. So if anybody is interested in that, and
I would also
Robin?
like to say, after 2 years, I feel like.
Microphone.
After 2 years on, in a seat, I would relinquish it. I have to take more time off from work, so.
Remind me the meeting time for this again is?
It's 1 PM, the third Wednesday of the month, and it typically goes till 4. So it is a commitment, and it's a great board with a lot of legal minds and people that are passionate about public transportation, and I think there are better people here who could contribute.
And they're getting ready to do a strategic plan or goal setting, so it'd be a good time for somebody new who's interested to get on there and help kind of drive, some of the new projects that they might be doing. So
I'm happy and willing to take Councilmember Robin McKee's seat if so if you want to step away.
If you're able, I think you'd be a great.
Yeah, I'll just schedule it. I mean, work half a day and then spend the afternoon that day.
It's not far from where you work.
Not too far. So, right.
So would somebody else?
Then could be the alternate.
No, I was going to be the alternate, the unofficial alternate, and if you wanted to plan on going and taking my seat there, we're going to, if you really don't like it, next year is a whole nother year.
I do think she has to be the alternate, because I do think, based on what I know about their bylaws, is you
Vice
can
Mayor?
send an alternate, but
Okay,
you
so
can't be the alternate.
So I will still be on it, but you will be attending regularly
Yeah,
for
as
me.
the alternate. Yeah.
And so
She'll
then
be the regular
you
alternate.
will be an alternate. But if they do put meeting per diems in, whoever is. No, I will not take it back. I promise you. No.
Typically, you only get the per diem when you show up to them. Whoever shows up to the meeting gets the per diem.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
But they use the vice mayor for Calistoga is the alternate for the mayor. Is that how it's working there probably?
It
Or
would probably be at
No,
least-
the mayor, all the mayors attend currently.
No, that's right.
No,
Okay.
because they are.
They should be spending that on the buses.
Well, you can vote no on it. You might be on there for that vote.
It's a challenging meeting.
All right, so let's see. Robin goes to Eric, and then we're just going to have one alternate, and that will be Pam, our new vice mayor. Okay.
Okay, that's clear.
That should
So does it
work.
matter how, I don't mean to be picky, but does it matter how alternate one, alternate two? I'm actually the seated member,
Since two of us
the second
wanna-
member.
No, since two of us want to come off, there's only 3 people, so we really don't have 2 alternates, so. But maybe when you work through a strategic plan and the goal setting, if one person from the jurisdiction, they should be able, I think, to have both of the votes. See, it's a, voting is
vote.
based on population and the miles of roads in your jurisdiction.
Wow.
So the city of Napa,
Have 1/3 of
the
a
city
vote?
of Napa actually gets 10 votes, and Yountville gets 2 votes.
What?
So if for some reason Pam couldn't go, and there was you were the only person there, but that's something that would have to be a minor bylaws change. But I think it's kind of silent about how that works.
Okay.
It just goes by the municipality gets this many votes. So I always thought that should get cleaned up a little bit, so food for thought for later. And Napa Valley Tourism Corporation. So this we're going to probably deal with later because you're on this, Brad, as a staff, or do
You can
we
deal with it
wanna
now
talk
if you'd
about-
like. I
Okay.
think I've explained to you all individually. I've been on this board, I assumed it from Steve Rogers, who was on it since I think the board was created 15 years ago. And, It is a council appointment. You can, as a council, either appoint the town manager, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, or any of you. So you have it's kind of an interesting makeup in terms of how that works. Because of the renewal and because of a lot of the stuff I've been involved with, I'm still on an ad hoc. They have asked that I would stay through the fiscal year because there's some cleanup that we have to do. So if you chose today to transition, I would suggest it'd be a July 1 transition.
Okay.
Or you can choose to keep me, but I'd rather have you decide now so we don't have to bring it back in June.
Okay.
If you do want to transfer that, and I'm good any way you want to approach this.
Okay.
As you know, this is the oversight committee to what is the vendor, which is Visit Napa Valley. There's been a lot of governance issues and things that we've had to deal with through the renewal in the last year. I feel like it's going to be a much easier board to be on next year. But I think, if any of you want to do it, this is your prerogative.
I am interested in it since it's still within the kind of the tourism and lodging sector. I met many of the people yesterday and would be interested.
Okay, is that
Fine.
okay?
Thank you.
And so, do we need a transition, or I'll let you and Brad work that out?
Okay.
Okay, great.
Yep.
And now that I don't have MVTA and LAFCO is rotated, I would be very interested in getting back on the Upper Valley Waste Management Board. Is that?
Actually, I've spent quite a bit of time getting up to speed on the closure plan and getting to know Steve Leder a little better. He actually worked with my brother at Mare Island, which was kind of fun. So I would like to stay on it, but I'm always open to what the majority thinks.
So you're the alternate. Do you want to continue to be the alternate, or?
I'd give that Rhoda.
So, Mayor, you haven't been on it for this year. I want to ask you why. I mean, yes, your time freed up with LAVCO and the and NBTA. Ideally, what reasons are you trying to get back on this board?
Well, I've been always actually when I was first, I think, appointed, back when we didn't really kind of negotiate this, I think I was put on the board because nobody else wanted to do it. And so, I also really learned a lot, but I've gotten really partial to it because I spent quite a bit of time actually when I first got on it reading the contract over and over and over, and finally decided that it was it needed to be rewritten. And then it took me many years to convince enough of the board members that this was indeed a good idea. And so by rewriting this 25-year-old contract between the company and the JPA to reflect best practices, I think that that's really been a major contribution. And I think you always have to make sure that these contracts that you have really are revisited periodically to make sure that not only the ratepayers but the company are working together as a team. Also, because of that, I've really been very involved in negotiating some very competitive rates and improving the service delivery, as well as really maintaining some long-term accountability that the company now has towards the ratepayers. And it's one great example I'd like to point out is that now since they are closing the Clover Flat facility, we were able to really think forward when we were putting together and negotiating this new contract, so that because we knew Bob Pistone was, he's getting older, he might sell the company, so we had to kind of envision if somebody new came in and bought this, what could happen. We were able to negotiate with Bob Pistone at the time, if the company did get sold, that any addition, if they ever envisioned closing Clover Flats, because there was a lot of reasons to do that, that the ratepayer would not have to incur those extra costs. And so that has really stood up now, because likely that will turn into a transfer station, so that's our solid waste will go there. And then once the bigger trucks get filled up, a fewer trucks will go down to Potrero Hills. And we will not be paying, the ratepayer will not be paying for that. The company will be paying that, because that could have been quite costly to our rates. And our rates are still lower than the city of Napa in the valley, and very, very competitive. And so also, I just really think that, my expertise in the policy decisions as well as the governance has really been a proven track record that really helps drive the operational efficiency of how the JPA and it works with the company. It's quite a unique relationship. Usually all the agencies, there's just different pieces of government, but here we're working with a private company. So it's quite a different type of relationship. And I've always been a real champion for the sustainability and educating people, about, okay, this goes in the green, this goes in the blue, and, starting Shredded Day, I think, and, being able to leverage a lot of the resources that we have on the board to help, sponsor that. And, I'd like to drive innovation in waste management. It's, to me, one of the single most important things that we can physically do for the climate here. We have control over, keeping all that methane out of our landfills and making the mulch and taking it back into the earth. So, and each of us, whether you really want to or not, are really contributing to that. So,
yeah, and can I? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
same
sorry to
question.
interrupt you. I guess two things come to mind. It is a great thing the contract got redone, and I definitely dug through it, and I do believe it probably does prevent us being responsible for the $10 to $20 million closure costs, and that's just an estimate. But on the other hand, the redoing of that contract was what allowed them to sell Pistone, to sell the company, without having redone that contract, which by the mayor's own statements previously, it had a lot of wide holes in it. So redoing the contract was great. It also facilitated Pistone being able to sell it to Waste Connections, which is a publicly held company. You spoke about the track record. In the past, as a newcomer to this, the track record of operations, although not totally within the oversight of the Upper Valley Waste Management, has not been good. It was not good in the past. We just were advised of an $8 million settlement. It could have gone to trial. It was a criminal prosecution of the corporation for releasing contaminants into the streams that come out of the waste site. And then, to me, what really bothered me was they failed to report it. And I thought, that's really bad, having been involved in environmental compliance. The failure to report was really a bad actor. But there were a lot of contaminants. And so in addition to the environmental issues, which I had a lot of exposure to as the regulatory affairs person at C&H Sugar, and we actually did have a landfill, I feel I have experience also. I also wanted to mention, in terms of track record, there's a federal lawsuit, and I've read the lawsuit, and one never knows how much is true or how much is not true, from workers related to worker safety, discrimination, all again by the previous owners, the Pistones, but of course Waste Connections, and I don't know the agreement, but is having to defend the lawsuit. And again, it could be totally just allegations, although in my experience, if you can find a lawyer who will file a federal lawsuit, they're not going to take that on unless there's some substance to it. So I'm not sure about the past track record that you're alluding to, but I feel that my experience on both those issues, environmental compliance and some understanding of the legal, of which I don't think Upper Valley will have any responsibility for whatever comes out of that lawsuit, at least not directly. I do think that I have value that can be added. And in the past year, at the last meeting, I was the one who raised a question specifically because worker safety has come up. Worker safety came up out of this lawsuit that was filed because a lot of the allegations relate to workers getting injured and killed. I asked, was the council or the representative who asked to have a report from Waste Connections about how they manage workers' safety, what is their process, and it was happily supported by everyone else. So I kind of feel that some of my compliance background, and again, just a new set of eyes is not a bad thing. Although I definitely defer to the mayor's experience, I've spent a lot of time learning about this, and I, you know, in my right, I can't say the past track record, at least from environmental issues, has been particularly good. Although I think Waste Connections has gotten the message, but my belief about that is because they're a publicly traded company, they cannot afford to have those kind of compliance issues because that's just a no-go. So things are changing. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Well, just as a follow-up, we do not control, there's 20 different agencies that control all the environmental oversight. And one of the things that I did by changing the contract was the JPA's money to run it came from tip fees up at Clover Flat. And I thought that this agency, which was set up to really set rates to pick up our waste, should not really be controlling a landfill at all. So we put into the new contract that the money to run the JPA would come directly from the company. It wouldn't come from the landfill. So our contract that we have with the landfill only said, when you pick up solid waste, take it up there. But we had no other oversight because I just felt strongly that that shouldn't be something that that JPA should be under their jurisdiction when you have all those other environmental agencies who have the expertise to really oversight.
And having studied the contract, you probably know that there were. First, I'm going to say, if you really want to do this, I think I've probably caused enough dissension tonight. But and I don't want to pursue a vote on this issue.
I have a comment.
But let me just finish. There were, yes, you're right. There are a lot of, it's a strange arrangement, but the county is both the local enforcement agency for environmental rules and the manager, although he says he wears his hats very separately, and I believe him. So that's a kind of an odd arrangement. We do hire the franchisee, and we do support them. So we do need to make sure they follow the environmental laws. And when they signed the contract, there were all sorts of representations and warranties that they were in complete compliance with environmental rules. That turned out not to be true. And we know it's not true because they paid $8 million. And potentially they may have some liability for worker safety violations. So I will just say that you're right. There's a lot of people with fingers in the pie, but this agency does supervise the franchisee. We did sign an agreement with them where they said they were complying with all environmental rules and regulations when that contract was renewed in, 2018? And that was just not true. So we can't wash our hands entirely of regulatory issues, nor should we, and worker safety issues up there, because we're the ones in an agreement, or the Waste Management Agency has entered into the agreement with this company. And then I'll stop and Eric can speak, but I really don't want to force a vote on this, Mayor. If you really want to do this, I think I've probably caused enough not dissension, but I just don't feel like doing that and putting my other council members in that position. But I will say I appreciate having been voted in last year because I have learned a lot, and now I can participate maybe sort of as the public in the rate paying, which will be coming up in 2 years. And again, anyway, I'll stop there.
I think Yountville's very lucky to have two people that have as much knowledge and passion about this. But I was just going to, And you both made it very clear about that, your passion and your expertise. I was going to just propose that for the next year that we leave Councilmember Tripp as the lead person, and that the mayor be the alternate to take Pam Reeves, Vice Mayor Reeves' position, if that's, and take 1 year at a time.
I don't really have another board to kind of be on, so that's what I was also kind of hoping I could get on this one.
I'm going to just stick with my recommendation, so one vote.
I tend to agree with Eric, because 1 year on a board doesn't make you kind of in the saddle deep enough to do work. And I feel like it's taken me 3 years going to allied council meetings just as an observer to kind of get the gist of what's happening up there. That's the only thing I can be a parallel with. But I feel like 1 year isn't quite enough for somebody to do what they set out to do in order to be on a board. So I would think that it's logical what Eric has said to continue for Hillary to be the representative, and that the mayor is the alternate, and then next year we'll maybe switch. I don't know.
Well, I'd certainly be willing to continue as I express the interest, and if the council is of a mind to do that, and open to next year, of course.
Okay, it sounds like at least we've got a majority, so we will just change the alternate from Vice Mayor to me. And I think let's see, where are we?
So on WIC, I should have checked the county website, but WIC has been kind of in hiatus, and the county board, the supervisors were considering either some form of consolidation or just ending this council. So I'm happy to stay the rep, but I've been following it. There hasn't been any meetings. There's the boards or the staffing and that meet and things like that, but the WIC hasn't met for, if not all, this whole year, I don't think, in 25, so.
And Dave Morrison, he's gone, isn't he? He's not your staff, is he? Who's your staff?
I don't see. It's been it was probably January or February of this past year that in 25 was our last meeting. There hasn't been any since the new supervisors came on board. So
Maybe
I'm not sure what the plan
town clerk
is.
can just update, call him down
Maybe
there
the
and
staff
see.
could check with them and see, but
See if they're still even
if it's still an
meeting on
active
the
board.
fourth Thursday quarterly.
It's a quarterly meeting, but it hasn't occurred, at least since the first quarter of probably 25.
Well, I've even asked on the flood board for them to give us a list of all the water agencies. There's got to be like 7 or 8 of them in the county. There's just, so I think somebody needs to take a comprehensive look at, I'm not really sure we need that many water agencies in Napa County, so. I think until somebody makes a list, you'll never know. And LAFCO, we don't have to worry about that for, let's see, at least 8 more years, or 6 more years, I suppose, till it rotates back here, so.
Have they appointed another person now to fill your seat?
Well, my seat, see what happened, I was on it for 4 years because Calistoga asked me to take their seat. And then it was Yountville's turn, so I had the Yountville seat. So now it's rotated back to St. Helena.
Okay, and are you still active on the statewide board?
No, because you have to be on LAFCO,
Okay.
so I had to get off the statewide board because we don't have a LAFCO seat because it rotates between the 3
Right.
cities. So
Okay.
every 12 years we get on it.
Okay.
So that, just kind of make a note that I suppose we won't get it back for, well, you have to add. something like that, yeah, that we won't have that seat, yeah, so, let's see, it's got 2 more years on, no, just 1 more year, I suppose, on, no, they just got it, so they, St. Helena has 2 more years, and then Calistoga has 4, so that'll be 6 years from 2026, so that'll be 2032.
32, yeah.
Yountville seat again. Countywide climate action.
I'll just jump in. I enjoy it. It probably is a very important committee. I think it is from an environmental perspective, and also should they decide to make changes that would be imposed as opposed to voluntary in terms of different compliance issues. It's just something to keep an eye on because we are a smaller jurisdiction. It's a little harder for us sometimes to do that. So I think it's valuable and I've enjoyed it. But if there are other council members that are really interested in it, I would be open to giving up my seat. Pam, I think, has been a really valuable member, so I'm hoping she will continue on. So that would be my thought on that. Bottom line, I'm willing to continue on, but if there's somebody who has a real desire, I would be open to leaving. Nobody? Oh, okay.
Nobody?
Nobody. You guys are missing a really fun thing.
You're still interested in serving? Okay.
And I've just been sworn in on a different commission that's not one of these for seniors.
Oh, good.
Commission on Aging, so that I'm also considering that in my time.
Yeah, no, you do more than your share.
I'm happy to stay the alternate.
Okay, great. Cal Cities, and let's see, page 8, it says Cal Cities. I don't know why it says all council. That's the annual conference. Why don't we just
in case there's voting, right? It's usually.
Well, and generally, there's the delegate, but most council attends, depending on location.
But there is a North Bay Division Board, but I don't think any of us are on that North Bay Division Board. So I'm not sure if that's just, we're all members of the North Bay Division of Cal Cities. Is that what you're telling us? Or?
But yeah, I would say, like on the second page, it's got my name. I would just list all of ours names. Yeah. And the North Bay.
I would just include us at the North Bay Division on the first square up, and unless
I would just say all council's voting members.
And remove the North Bay Division one, because unless we're actually a board member, then we're all a member of the North Bay Division of Cal Cities.
And ABAG, you like going to ABAG meetings?
I did it years and years ago. I missed last year, I think, because of if someone is interested in it, then I'm happy to become the alternate. Otherwise, I'll stay on as the ABAG rep.
Now, this says meeting virtually. There's the annual spring and fall general assembly, meeting location, Beale Street, meeting virtually.
Most likely needs to be updated.
Yeah, I think that was COVID. Typically, there's, I think, one. I don't know if they've changed there. You might want to look to see. I think they've just changed to a late spring or early summer assembly, maybe once a year.
Is that a one-day thing? Oh.
Yeah, in San Francisco.
No, I think it's more frequent, because I know Pierre Washington goes and he reports, he gives his report at MVTA. So I think they meet
You may be on.
monthly, so you haven't been.
No, I've never had notices about monthly meetings from ABAG.
Well, they're combined now.
He's a member of the regional board.
Didn't ABAG combine with MTC?
You're right.
So maybe that's why he's going, or they might have 2 sets of meetings. In other words, the transportation guy goes to MTC.
I didn't know that MTC and ABAG combined.
Yeah, we should definitely, I think it's really important, when our next reunion numbers come out, we want to be able to negotiate that as much as we can. So I think we need to find out exactly, whoever wants to be on this needs to, maybe the town clerk can make sure the notice goes out and that they know that they're on there, because they do meet regularly.
Did you want to be an ABAG rep or?
Nope, no thanks.
Okay.
ABAG
no one else
and
will, I'm happy to
MTC
stay
and
there, but then
MBTA, I'll pass that on.
If staff can help me, maybe do some research, and I'll also check on their website as well. So
Noted. We will report back what we find.
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd just add, I don't know this, but I know in San Diego at least, the COG, which is the Council of Governments, did combine with the MPO, which is the Municipal Planning Organization. So there are separate roles sometimes that ABAG or NTCs, so they may combine, but they're actually not combined. They're separate legal sort of requirements based on those. So you might look into kind of what you want to do, because I also know that it's death by committee over there too, right? And like they're all subcommittees, and
Huge,
so.
yeah.
The ABAG brings us the RENA numbers. So
Yeah, I mean,
Very.
good luck us negotiating with our measly 72 when you see
Yeah.
when you see people with like 10,000, like we're going to bargain down. But I actually am interested. So Hillary, because I haven't done the dive on ABAG here, I'd be curious to kind of understand it because I was pretty deeply involved in Sandag, my former life.
But yeah, so that one, because I do think that's going to be important. Plus, a lot of transportation dollars come in, so it needs to be
if it's combined now with MTC, yeah, I'm
but
definitely.
it needs to be an MBTA person, I think.
Okay.
And they pay the best stipends in town.
That's great. Yeah.
I think you get quite a bit of, just so you know, stipends for some of that regional work. Doesn't MTC and I don't know, ABAG.
ABAG
pay?
doesn't,
Yep.
no.
Yep,
ABAG
they
doesn't
do.
pay, but
Yep.
No, MTC did, but not ABAG.
I see. Okay.
Okay, Nick Log, I guess we've got staff and council. Okay, subcommittees, emergency preparedness, that's a standing committee, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You guys still active?
To continue.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Still meet?
It's so
Okay.
easy.
Foodware, single-use plastics, standing committee.
That has been disbanded from what I understand.
Okay, so that's going away.
It's been removed, correct.
All right. Business relations and economic development. Pam, are you still interested in serving with me on that one? Okay, and so we got to wrap up by August because that one is an ad hoc. MCE, board rep.
This is out of date, Ryan Gregory.
Well, no.
Supervisor Gregory.
Well, yeah, because I don't really know that those are regional, but we can.
Oh, this is old information.
Yeah.
But we
Right.
can.
We take no action.
So this is something that, if somebody wants, if we want to nominate, if somebody wants to be nominated, we can nominate an MCE rep, and this is something that actually city selection, I believe, will pick that person. So if that's something, otherwise we just default to the county. That's kind of the procedure on this.
Does the MCE rep have to be a council member, or could we delegate it to somebody in the public?
No, it has to be elected.
Okay. Because that would be a very fascinating thing to do, but time-consuming.
Yeah, so we have to either be.
Given how many issues we have around PG&E and rates, and but it's very time-consuming.
The meetings are held generally in Marin or a more distant county.
But usually you carpool with whoever else is in the counties going, that's what I kind of hear generally, so.
But this should be updated too, because Ryan and Alfredo aren't. board
I would note
members
to
anymore.
update, most
Okay, thank
definitely.
you.
Yeah.
I think Beth Painter is still.
Beth may be the MCE rep, that's right. You're right.
And the next one is definitely
We're
going to
just
need some
default
updating
to-
as well.
No one here wants to volunteer for that to be nominated, okay? And MTC as well. So MTC is something that anybody can be nominated. I think right now it's Amber Manfree. But usually county supervisors vie for that one, and they have a very high stipend.
Well, there you
Wow,
have it.
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, and that was.
Okay. That's a wrap. Let's see, where are we? I think we're ready for staff informational reports.
I think we'll spare you. I did want to mention Nick Log has shifted to Calistoga. I saw an email, so Their first meeting has been announced. I think you sent that out, Cammie. It doesn't say what the topic is, but the topic will be the history of Napa Valley, so it's going to be like a historical perspective. They're doing it looks like at the high school gym or something. So
Right.
I think we're next, just so you
Yeah.
can look into the future and we can
showcase
kind of see.
Yountville.
I gave them that topic, so I'm kind of regretting it since we have to come up with 3 ideas for next year. But
We'll come up with things.
That's pretty easy.
yeah, so that's out, and I don't know. You guys are all good. I think
Yeah.
they're ready to go home.
Yeah.
was that
We're
date?
re-
Hillary
we're
would have
ready to go
something.
home.
It was right in front of us.
Quickly, just a kind of nightcap on the appointments. We do have 2 vacant positions on MVTA's citizen boards, the Active Transportation Advisory Committee as well as the Citizen Advisory Committee. Those are opportunities for community members to apply, and they are currently vacant. So while we were on the topic of appointments, I thought I would put a call to action out there for any interested parties.
So is that the position that Margelle
Correct.
occupied? Okay.
ATAC and CAC.
And what's the
For
Citizen
MVTA.
Advisory Committee, please?
It advises, let's see here,
That's
on regional transportation planning, transit services, and
Fincher
funding
was on that.
priorities.
Okay.
Is she still on that? Yeah.
Yeah, she does a good job.
She actually comes to the meetings and informs us, so it's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
Great, that's it. Thank you.
All right, any other staff informational reports, council external meeting reports? I won't go into them. Flood control and MVTA, so they're going to start the improvements north of Yountville where the road is just sloping away there, so that's it.
Mayor, just quickly, I applied in November for the Cal Cities policy committees, and I think it was the different people appoint. I think it was the president of the North Bay Division that appointed me again this year in 2026 to the Environmental Qualities Committee. So our next first meeting is a week from Friday in Sacramento.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations.
Mayor, I just wanted to ask on the road improvement. Do they know when they're going to be done?
Yes, I have that here. Hold on a second. Flood control begins, early March.
Okay, good. Just for your information, they did request through Public Works the ability to kind of reroute through town, which we rejected. So I would anticipate at least there would be there's going to be 2-way traffic controls, right, John, is what they
I thought it was all going to be done at night.
We're talking about 2 different projects.
Oh, we are?
So I believe the mayor's talking about the culvert repair project that's north up by Oakville. And then Brad's talking about the paving project that they are going to be doing from Madison Street 1.5 miles north.
No, I'm talking about Brad's project.
Yes. Oh,
That's
you're talking
gonna be
about the
done at
paving
night.
project.
Yeah, because I'm the one who kept telling them,
As of Monday.
Caltrans, fix that road, fix that road.
Yeah, so as of Monday, they're going to do the dig outs, which is repair the big potholes only, starting nighttime on January 19th.
Okay.
And the actual paving and the striping has yet to be scheduled.
Okay.
So it's to be determined.
But it is happening at night and it should be done by March.
Yes.
But
And
the culvert project, that's a much larger project up there.
correct.
Yeah. So I don't know if that one diverted.
Well, they did request to divert traffic, which on Washington Street, Madison to Washington back on, and which we said no to. But I do think just during that period of time, even though it is night work, there will be impacts in the town, just so you know. So and we can try to message out, but I think it's always hard when we're trying to. And if you have better information, just through John
Not
and
with
Hillary.
Caltrans, so, yeah.
No, I know, it's hard, but I think there will be impacts, so we'll try to get the right messaging out.
Okay.
But they won't be cutting through town.
All right. How about a motion to adjourn to our next town council meeting, Tuesday, February the 3rd at 3 p.m.?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. It's a wrap. Good night, everybody.
It's a long one.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Alan.
Did she tell